Welcome all to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by K-Man, and we have a beautiful slate of games on the table today. Couldn't be more excited. 2 best of 3s as we're on the second to last day of the regular season.
I am so excited today, Mazel. There are a lot of things on the line, surprisingly, for the second to last day of the split. There are still placements to be determined for teams in Group Ascend, and they're going to have to play at their absolute best here today to kind of prove that they have the momentum they need going into playoffs.
Exactly that, and as we go ahead and take a look at the standings here, I gotta say, we have a little bit of a funny situation coming down to the end, although the reason why we're here, not so funny. Obviously, because of the storm impacts we had earlier in the split. We have a 2-show special, a week special, maybe a little matinee. I don't know if it is. It's like middle of the week between Weibo and JDG to try to determine if Weibo or JDG are going to be taking that 5th slot. And I think it matters in the grand scheme of things when you look at the setup, the order that we're going to be playing things in that playoff play-in in the bottom 4 of Ascend versus the top 4 of Nirvana.
Absolutely. You'd much rather at this point draw a team like Ultra Prime as opposed to LGD, and so the battle for this 5th place spot in the regular season really matters between these two teams. Both of them have been inconsistent, to say the best, going throughout this split, and we're going to have to see what they're made of now that it's really crunch time.
And speaking of that, let's go ahead and transition that conversation to the possibilities of that play-in. I think we saw a lot of fireworks the last time around in split number 2. Some crazy things happening in the last second, but this is where things can pan out here. We still have to decide for Weibo and JDG, who are still fighting for that 5th seed. We do have some of our matchups looking a little bit spicy already.
Yeah, I mean, the ones we've already got, very, very fun. WE-EDG is going to be a really fun matchup. Even FPX-NIP, I think that could be really, really interesting. But you hit the nail on the head. Today, when we're talking about this Weibo-JDG matchup, you look at those 5 and 6 spots to be determined, to be announced. And, you know, getting that number 5 spot has not been as important in previous splits. It definitely is this time. You really need to be able to pick up a win here today.
Yeah. And you see at the bottom there, you have those top 4 kind of lording over everyone. Top Esports, IG, BLG, and AL. It's going to be looking a little bit terrifying once they get to choose their opponents as we move forward. But that's why I love this new setup. That's why I love that kind of playoff play-in, because it's just a little bit of an appetizer before we get to the gauntlet that is the LPL playoffs, and especially with all those wonderful world slots on the line here in split number 3. But let's go ahead and talk about our first matchup here a little bit, and specifically, let's go ahead and talk about JDG, because there's a lot to say, and there's maybe not as much time that we need to talk about it, because it's not been going good. It's not been going good. There is a wild world, a wild one, I will say, where WE, pulls some crazy stuff out, but JDG have not lived up to that potential, right? This is a team that finished 3rd in the regular season last split, that was looking at the high highs of what a juggernaut they have been in the LPL for so long can look like, and here it looks like a far contrast to that.
I think you hit the nail on the head, Mazel. I think we're forgetting just how good this team has been throughout the entire year up until this point. This was a top 3 team pretty much unquestionably coming out of the regular season in Split 2, and yet here we are. They have not been able to find their footing at all. They've made multiple roster changes, including bringing in Joao mid-split. It's really about trying to find that synergy and trying to get as much time as possible to get it to click together, because it really just comes down to the playoffs, unfortunately, as JDG knows from the other side.
Yeah, and JDG, the only opponent they have left is Weibo, who also have some conversations we'll have to have a little bit later. But we have an interesting point where we see a bit of a diamond starting to form, maybe in the rough, maybe in the pressure that's going on for JDG. But Xiaoshu has been a bit of a star for this team in ways, like obviously not the greatest scheme of things, because they still are having some troubles throughout the split, but to have so much impact from a guy in top lane on JDG, a roster full of stars, is really nice to see.
I think it's totally fair to say he's been their best player over the course of this split, and I don't think anybody saw that coming. I mean, I've been a big Xiaoshu fan, but, he's been given opportunities on multiple different organizations, and it's never really felt like that leap has been taken. I think this is the closest that it's been towards him really kind of taking that step to becoming a legitimate threat in the top lane here in Group Ascend. If he's going to be able to play like that today, he's got some steep competition that he's going up against with Breathe on the other side, but he's got more than enough talent as a lane dominant player to be able to really make the most of his opportunity.
Yeah, and I think today we're going to see a lot of the impact from these top laners in that team fight aspect of things. I've really appreciated how quickly Xiaoshu was able to kind of answer around the map for his team. Get a little bit of that here. Obviously, things get a little bit chaotic on the back end of it, but it's more so that kind of team fight. There has been some laning advantages for Xiaoshu. You can't take that away from him. I think the same thing is for Breathe. If they just find that angle, it gets a little bit wonky up there. But mostly we're looking at team fight aspect for Xiaoshu and especially for the opponent Breathe.
I think especially in this matchup, these are two teams that can have any kind of result in the early game with the ups and the downs. And I think having that team fight consistency in the late game is really going to be something that, adds some stability to the back end. And Xiaoshu has really been that anchor, we'll say, for JDG. Yeah. So excited to see what he can do today.
It's going to be interesting, especially because we get two versions of this matchup across two best-of-3s, which is always fun to see. But I know we're getting a little bit closer to the end of that regular season. Obviously, we're going to have those all-pro votes coming in from the LPL English side of things, at least the unofficial side, and getting some of those votes in. And we've been gathering some takes across the table here for Xiaoshu, but I think a lot of them has been interesting because we have one from Rafa, who big Xiaoshu fan. I think a lot of us on the cast have become Xiaoshu fans, but on a team surrounded by individuals with experience as international champions, finalists, Xiaoshu has proven to be the most consistent and reliable teammate of a disappointingly dysfunctional team. I think that's perfectly put from Rafa, and it's really nice to see Xiaoshu earning that kind of regard from the community itself. And if you want to get your all-pro takes in, make sure you go scan that QR code.
Yeah, definitely do, because we'd love to hear from you in terms of the all-pro takes, but I completely agree. Genuine, very strong all-pro argument here for Xiaoshu in his first ever split, like near the top of the standings. It's been about as good of a debut, at least in an upper capacity as you could get after many stints on some unfortunate rosters. So really happy to see that growth really come through.
Well, on the other side of things, Weibo Gaming looking to try to put a pin in this. If they do find that series win, they will secure that 5th seed. Be able to face off against Ultra Prime, which is a boon you would love to have going into the playoff play-in. But this team been trying to put it together. Obviously, a little bit better than JDG, but it's, maybe it's art class and kindergarten, and both of them look like stick monsters. I don't know at this point. But we do see a little bit more consistency from this team. I think it's rightfully so because they've been together for so long, and a majority of them at least. But looking at that impact, looking at what we're trying to see tonight, I think mid-jungle is going to be extremely important throughout the thing. But that team fight aspect can Breathe, the more veteran side of things against Xiaoshu and the top side, get the better of him and try to have that impact from top lane.
Breathe has been so important towards Weibo's success over the course of the past couple of series in particular. He's really been the one to step up, and fortunately for Weibo, they've really felt like the odd man out. It feels like a top 4 and then, kind of an inconsistent bottom 3 in Group Ascend, with Weibo just smack dab in the middle in terms of how they end up performing. They obviously have the talent and the chance to overturn that kind of narrative, but they need to start getting into gear now. Weibo's no strangers to picking it up at the end of the year, getting into Worlds, and, making something happen from there. We'll see if they can do it again in 2025.
And, I may have been heard saying that I think Breathe is fake. I to some extent, maybe I believe that. This guy's been around for a long time. I think we have seen the impact he's had on big roster. I'm memeing it just a little bit, but tonight, I do feel like Xiaoshu might have a little bit of the upper hand. I want to see what happens in that top lane, but I think a majority of that conversation is going to be about how they impact the map itself. What kind of power picks we're going to be giving over to these guys, if we're going to be looking at counter picks, if we're going to be looking at things like that to see if they can actually get a foot in.
I completely agree. I think both of these players have very distinct styles that they want to make sure that they can lock in on, and I think the one that can generate the early advantage and can, isolate themselves on a side where they can just start to pressure, towers and side lanes and just continue to snowball that lead. That's been the strategy so far in the LPL for every successful top laner. We'll see which one's going to be able to do that here today. Breathe has all the fundamentals to be able to make it happen. We've definitely seen him step up for periods of time, but again, Xiaoshu probably been better over the course of this split, so really excited to see where it goes from there.
Well, these top laners are going to get real comfortable with each other over this next 24 hours. A lot of time spent together, as we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about them as well, because it might be not the brightest pickings of stats, but still a lot of impact between the two.
I think it's fair to add some caveats towards some of these stats. The KDA for Xiaoshu might not be nearly as good. It's not great being a top laner on a team that's not winning so much, but second in KP percentage, third in gold difference at 15. This has been somebody who's really been able to elevate his team's chances of winning in the early game, but Breathe almost gets a little bit, I guess, put back in that department in terms of the KP percentage because of just how aggressive Weibo is with TN across the rest of the map. And so I think it showcases the kind of different play styles that these two have to offer and exactly what they can do to kind of help their teams moving forward.
Yeah, very curious what that differing style is going to bring tonight, or if we just get the nitty-gritty team fighting between the two. But we talked about Xiaoshu's all-pro mentions. Can we see that kind of setup for him? You know, the big conversation about, you know, who would be that third all-pro top laner, all the mentions around that. I know Breathe also got mentioned, so I think we're going to go ahead and bring up that all-pro mention for Breathe here very soon. And oh, sorry, is it Xiao? I see the Breathe mention here, at least in terms of talking to about that fakeness that I was mentioning earlier. But I do believe you have somebody that could possibly replace him, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think for Breathe, there are a couple of different candidates in the top lane that you could make an argument for, but
okay.
You know, honestly, I really think there is a strong argument that it should be one of these two here today, and that if one of them ends up breaking through, you know, that might be really a deciding factor towards some legacy points.
Is there maybe like somebody who doesn't like normally play in top lane that could possibly like take that position from them? Maybe he's been there before.
Maybe former top laner.
Let's go ahead and talk about Xiaohu a little bit, because I think he's been an interesting piece of the puzzle here for Weibo Gaming. Xiaohu is still a top 3 mid, maybe not top lane, but it is looking at mid lane and a little bit more of that history between him.
Yeah, I think Xiaohu, you know, I think he receives a brunt of the criticism for Weibo Gaming's inconsistency, both for right and for wrong reasons. And I think that there is valid arguments that Xiaohu has not necessarily been where he was, you know, 5 or so years ago, but you know, in a mid lane class that I think has really failed to stand out in the same ways that it has in previous splits, you look at Xiaohu having multiple games over the course of this split where he's been a huge piece for this team in the team fighting stage. And, you know, I think his laning and his team fighting have really been consistent enough to put him in that conversation as a true all-pro contender amongst a sea of players that are really struggling to find that consistency.
And I know we talked about the top lane matchup a little bit. I think for me, the cream of the crop tonight is that mid-jungle synergy and how quickly they get active, how quickly we see kind of the mid laners put into a comfortable position. Because let's be real, this is a matchup at this point as old as time in the LPL, it feels like. But it's a matchup that we love so much because of the mechanical ceiling we've seen these two guys at. And I really want to see what version of these two guys we get tonight, because both of them in their way have kind of developed. I mean, Xiaohu has always been the kind of side lane king. I mean, that's why he did so well in the top lane through that meta. But it's been a situation where both these guys love to take champions that are sufficient in the side lane, go gather as much gold as possible, and crash that momentum into team fights, find that big strength for themselves, and kind of be that carry potential. And that's been a bit lackluster throughout this season.
Absolutely. The inconsistency is definitely real for these two players, but you're right in terms of playstyle callouts. I think it's worth noting these two are currently tied for first place in damage percentage for all mid laners in the LPL, including Group Nirvana. Nobody is doing more of their team's damage than these two, and I think it goes to show just how resource heavy they can be. And that really leads us to today, where if one of them is able to get a big lead, if they can play the side lanes, if they can, you know, get a lane matchup that's super favorable and comfortable to them, that could really be the difference straight up, just between winning and losing in this series.
And their kind of cohesion with the jungle is what makes that so important, because both these guys, Xun and Tien, love to get dirty. They love to go take these aggressive stances a little bit more on Tien's side. I really appreciate the unique style he brings to the jungle pathing, and I expect some of that playfulness tonight between the two. And I think as soon as we see that cohesion, as soon as we see that synergy between the jungles, that's where things can really pop off. But starting to talk about the draft a little bit here, we got to expect some of that setup. I think junglers are going to take high priority earlier on into the draft.
Couldn't agree more. I would be shocked if we're not seeing at least 3 to 4 jungle bans every first rotation. I think both of these teams very happy to get some of those playmakers out of the way. That, the Vi, the Pantheon, things of that regard, I think are just a little bit too strong in the hands of, as you said, these very creative and active junglers that want to be making moves early. I think we're going to have to see what they can do when they get moved on to, more, inconsistent types of setups, things like the Jarvan, maybe the Wukong and the Xin Zhao, things like that. But you're absolutely right. I expect that to be high priority come draft phase.
Especially for this game 1, maybe kind of that 3 pick of the solo lanes with the jungler. Maybe that comes to a whole. Maybe we end up seeing a little bit of focus towards that bot lane, which can be an important factor as we go forward into longer games. Both these teams know long games, at least especially JDG's side of things. They also know short games. And we'll see what we get. There's so many questions left to be answered tonight in our first day of the 2-day special of Weibo versus JDG. We're getting in draft number 1. We got the Azir and the Annie ban from blue side, which we have been seeing the Azir from red side majorly. And then we also see the Trundle Yunara ban from that red side from JDG.
Yeah, Weibo bans Azir in over half their games, and so definitely is a thing they want to take it out. They don't want to deal with that. Alongside the Annie and the Varus, so no jungle bans coming in from blue side completely throws a wrench already into that plan. It's not often that players like Shun and Tien get exactly what they want early on in the draft, but we might get the chance to see exactly where these teams' priorities lie. Will be the Poppy taken off the board. I love
the Poppy ban.
2 junglers, but Pantheon is left up. I imagine that's going to be a pretty hefty consideration for first pick.
I mean, it has to be. It literally has to be. It's contractually obligated. We read it in the contract and everything. If it's open, pick it. Because it fits the style so well, and Tian's going to have the forward hand now. I really got to see what JDG's answer is. I am just so in love with what the Pantheon does at a holistic level from the jungle right now.
Yeah, a very interesting conversation to have here with both of the big AP top laners still up, Rumble, but notably Gwen available. JDG actually opting into the Rumble. Gwen kind of been the priority for a lot of teams over the course of this split. I would have expected that to be the counterpunch here, but want to go for that more team fight impact, and I think that will combo well with whatever they want to go with in the jungle. It keeps your options open, whether it's a Wukong that, has a ton of engage for setup or something else. You definitely have plenty of ways to start and finish fights already.
And you're at least getting a lot of comfort already for JDG. You have Xiaosu on the Rumble. Very comfortable pick for him, at least so far this split. The Wukong giving you some escapability, but also a lot of that engaged pressure that you were talking about. Got to see what the answer is going to be from Weibo. I want to see them grab some mid lane priority, potentially something that can kind of be that wiggle room to help out with Tien.
Yeah, Pantheon Talia. You want to talk about the duo of 2025. That is definitely
no longer Vi Ari. It's Pantheon Talia, baby.
Yeah, we're putting it on the poster now, and it's actually going to be the Aurora as the answer to Rumble here, so a very aggressive answer from Breathe. We wanted to see these 2 top laners duke it out. We are going to get it, and the Galio as the macro answer as well for Scout, so a lot of roam potential coming in from both sides, and the team fight comp of JDG really starting to come into effect.
I will say, Faker showed the world that you can carry on Tank Galio. Scout used to be his understudy. Maybe all that time ago. But more so, I really go back to the point you were talking about damage potential for Scout and Xiaohu. Who's going to have the higher carry potential? I definitely feel like it's a little bit in Xiaohu's favor so far in this game, number 1. But you see if that team-focused synergy is going to come to a head here for JDG as we're in the second phase of bans. We get the Nico ban focusing on Crisp. And we already get the Alistar ban as well, focusing to JDG.
Makes sense to take out all the top supports, especially in game 1. I feel like there are just so many good options on the board. Trying to get those playmakers out. A Rakan ban could come in as well. I think it would combo very well with what JDG have or set up, or Weibo. Really, I think Rakan is just good for both of these drafts, but we will see. I think both sides kind of staking their ground in terms of where they want to play. A lot of macro-oriented threats on the side of Weibo, with Pantheon Talia needing to get out on the map and really push that tempo. JDG much more comfortable playing that long, passive style of game. We'll see if that plays into your point earlier about Scout and Xiaohu wanting to spend some time in side lanes, gathering those resources. I think the later right now this game goes, the better it is for JDG, and I expect to see a support pick here on R4 that ends up really complementing that, as we see that.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice focus towards the end there. Full supportal focus in the second phase from both sides. But this is where that kind of secondary conversation of Light versus Pays comes into the mix. Is you can set up the early game all you want. You can have these crazy mid-jungle synergies, but who's going to carry late game? It's still on the shoulders of the ADC a lot of the times, and we will see the Lucian, which I will say, off the bat, it's not just an early game champion. If you haven't been around the LPL for the last 5 years, if you've been under a rock, the champion can find a lot of carry potential later on in the game, and I like that they're giving themselves a bit more damage on JDGs.
Yeah, not only can Lucian carry in the late game, Pays' Lucian definitely can carry in the late game, as we've seen for many years. So we'll see how they end up wanting to play that out. But it's the Corki Rel as the answer to complete the draft for the side of Weibo, with the Braum, of course, coming in to kind of solidify that 2v2 power. And both comps really kind of figuring out exactly the direction that they want to go. I really like the fact that both teams are indexing and saying, hey, we want to do the thing that we think we are the best at. So many of these junglers, so many of these options were left up, and yet we're going in our direction. JDG's playing for team fights. They have so much engage. Weibo Gaming want to be able to utilize their side lane pressure. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, they have a little bit of that team fight special in them for sure. Some options in those objective fights, but it's going to be about picking off those side lanes. It's going to be about Tien getting a bit of momentum for himself on the Pantheon, and rightfully so, it needs to be so. I mean, Tien has had the carry potential on this team for a long time as well on other teams that we've seen him on, and the Pantheon is ruthless of a pick, but can his and Chun's matchup really affect the way we think it will? I know maybe we get a little bit of finickiness with that top lane now that we have the Aurora into the Rumble, but I still think that's going to be a bit of a backseat till later on. What do you think, K-Man?
I would agree with that. I honestly don't hate this matchup for Rumble. I think it's perfectly fine for him to be able to farm up and get to that late game as long as you don't make any massive mistakes. I think a lot of the pressure is on these junglers. If, you know, you can get that Pantheon moving around, if you can get Tien really staying active on the map and, you know, creating opportunities, it's going to be hard for JDG to be able to answer that macro threat coming in from the Taliyah, but you can't play passive. We need to see Weibo control the tempo.
Well, I am very excited to see the versions of these teams we get towards the end of the split. Two very important series for them, not only in momentum going into the playoff play-in, but to earn a little bit more of that respect back to both organizations who are very much respected. I hope everybody's got their ticket for the 2-day special, because we're getting ready to ride the ride. That is JDG versus Weibo. Game number 1 of this best of 3 kicking off now. You know, maybe they just don't have the mics on right now. They're waiting.
Yeah,
they're waiting.
yeah, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it.
They've got 2 days to get it right. All right, like it'll be good. It's fine.
Yeah, I was really hoping between these two teams, these two fan bases, to get something, but maybe they just got to get energized from this game number 1. We've got the drafts to do so, so very excited for, you know, some action here. We will see exactly where these junglers want to put their priority in the early game. I wouldn't imagine there's going to be a ridiculous amount of tempo coming in from either side, but if you're looking at bot lane pressure, which, you know, kind of dictates where things go in the early game, of course, you're looking at that Lucian Braum lane. You know, Zhuo has come in and certainly been at least a little bit more aggressive than someone like Wink was for this team. We'll see if he can keep that up in the 2v2.
They're going to look to try to get some trades early. I love this 2v2, at least the feeling of it for the Lucian Braum. With the kind of double taps and then concussive blows. Feels really, really nice. But that's going to be a bit of maybe later time in the bot lane 2v2, because we will have the opposite side starts for both junglers. Oh, we're actually looking at mid lane a little bit. A little push out going on to Scout as he's going to have to walk a long way back to wave.
That's definitely pretty funny, but pretty consequential for Xiaohu to be able to control that lane phase at least a little bit at the start. The quicker he can get out and moving on the map, the easier this is going to be. When you have these macro matchups, you just need to be able to shove and roam. That's the buzzword phrase, and he's going to have that lane lead that's going to be big as we get a trade here on the bot side.
Well, they're actually getting the blows stacked up here. Get some decent damage right back, though, so nothing too crazy there. Help trade. Not going Scout's way so far in the lane against the Taliyah, but that is expected. And I think that's where we can talk a little bit more about these two mid laners. And I mean, I was speaking about being under a rock. Well, if you don't know Scout and Xiaohu, I'm sorry. It's crazy to have seen, obviously, with the longevity of the career, the highs and the lows for both of them. But that's why you have these guys. Is why you have that experience. Is like, this is the end of the year. This is when things matter the most, right? Obviously, you still have the playoff play-in coming up, and this is the last of the regular season itself. But that's why I'm so curious on what version of these guys we're going to get, because these guys can single-handedly completely flip maps, right? We have seen that time and time again, even if it feels like it's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not a way to talk about, LPL, emergence types of teams without talking about Scout and Xiaohu in some way, shape, or form. And so when you see, Xiaohu step up in the regional qualifiers last year, or Scout, being a year removed from making finals on LNG, you look at these options and these situations.
You got a double MVP. No, like, people don't do that. That happened. Like, it's so wild to me that Scout earned 2 MVPs back-to-back in a single year. Like, that is just actually insane in a league like the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at 2 of the most established mid lane players in the history of League of Legends, let alone the LPL, and both of them need to step up here today. I think you can see in this particular matchup that, things are going to be a bit more Xiaohu favored. Typically with Galio lanes, you kind of want to wait to be able to, let the lane get a little better at levels 5, 6, 7, but it's not really ever going to get better in terms of the Taliyah matchup, especially if that Pantheon keeps the pressure on, but we'll see how Shun wants to answer it. Right now, he's just spending some time on the top of the map, but it's been a pretty passive opening for both sides.
And honestly, I think we can go back to the draft conversation, and that behooves JDG in a way. I mean, I want to see Tien be proactive on this Pantheon, and we'll get to that point for sure. I think level 6s, you start getting that side lane activity, stuff like that. I mean, you have objectives coming up, first dragon up in about 15 seconds, and it will be Weibo on this side of the map. So maybe they're able to get something going here, but I think the onus is on Weibo.
Definitely. Couldn't agree more on that. I think Weibo has to be the team to start plays in particular because, we talk about the level 6 for Weibo. The level 6 for JDG is terrifying. You Wukong Cyclone into a Galio ultimate, into an Equalizer, into a Culling, and it's GG's around Grubs. So you need to make sure you're comfortable. But Xiaoshu could be the target here.
Oh, they're going to go for the dive. They actually executed pretty cleanly, but the Shadow will be there, at least a little bit of damage back. And you have Tien with the follow-through gank. He does take an extra turret shot, but they get it in the end. It just took a little bit longer, but first blood for Weibo.
And ask him we shall receive. An aggressive play coming in from Tien and from Weibo. Nice dive onto the bot side of the map. Creating that play before level 6 is massive. It does give some gold over to JDG with Pays getting some plates on the top side, but certainly worth it, especially to pick up the kill on Tien, who, once he hits level 6, can continue to make those big plays.
A little bit of gold goes a long way. As we did see the lane swaps coming through, though, and looking at the dust settling from that, it was some plates going to JDG's bot lane, which is going to feel really good. The dragon also didn't end up getting taken because Tien was pretty low on health, so there still won't be a neutral objective taken, but I do love that Tien was willing to kind of play aggressive, go for that deep ward there, the control ward, and now maybe play towards his bot side if he wants to.
Yeah, I love the dragon priority here for Weibo because I think it gives them something that can force fights towards the mid game here. We'll see if they're able to fully take this. It does look like things are going to be relatively easy for them. Things are coming down, though, from Shun. Both junglers on the bot side here, so we could see a bit of action if one of them ends up overextending. Once again, though, it could just be Xiaoshu in danger.
Oh, man, taking advantage of him. We said maybe using some of that experience to get the better. Won't get a second play just yet. Xiaoshu not going to fall for it. Not going to either get the dragon. So Weibo just going to fall back from that play, go back to full clearing, and maybe we'll see this fight happen around the Grubs in about a minute.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think these teams are looking at. We've seen that kind of reaction into the meta in terms of teams not wanting to throw at this first dragon, not wanting to make a major mistake. The Grubs have really been kind of the break point, and now with Breathe and Tien both hitting level 6, I think they're going to feel a lot more comfortable looking for a trade on that side of the map. We'll have to see exactly where that mid lane priority ends up going. I think whoever's able to get there first and establish priority in the river is going to have a really big advantage in a fight like this. So Taliyah still being mid lane, having that shove could be really big.
All right, well, a bit of TP action coming out. Grub's going to be spawning soon. Will we get the trade? Will we get a full-on 5-on-5? We need the Spellbook TP coming through from Chris, but we will get that redeploy towards topside. We also saw Scout get assigned to that topside play. He will have the heroic entrance for these big plays around the objective, but JDG may be willing to take a back seat for now around these big fights until they really come into strength.
Yeah, no teleport for Xiaoshu makes this play very, very difficult to try and go for. So Weibo going to feel very comfortable just starting this up. Should just be theirs, and the pings are going to go down for the trade onto Dragon. So both sides kind of playing into their own win conditions. Weibo getting a bit more power to play those side lanes like their comp really wants to do with that Taliyah and Pantheon macro duo, and JDG getting a bit more late game scaling by starting to stack those dragons. I don't think anybody's going to be too unhappy with this result.
Yeah, I think both sides are pretty happy. They're like, yeah, it's going really well for us. How about the other guys? I don't know. I only care about me. As Pei's going to get chunked in mid lane by Xiaohu. Tian was on his way just in case they wanted to prolong that fight, but Xiaohu doing a really good job of peppering some damage. The Dragon has started. They can contest this. Tian's walking his way down. He's going to have his stacks available to him too, and JDG fumbled the bag of the Dragon trade. They don't get there in time. Now they're going to start it back up here. Even though Weibo are around in force, they brought enough bodies to make sure it's going to be safe.
Yeah, it's still wasting a lot of time from Shun and even Xiaoshu here to be able to catch the wave on the bot side. So overall, still a slight win here for Weibo just to be able to push that tempo a tad bit more. But at the end of the day, objectives still traded exactly as we expected. So no major loss on either side. And look at the gold difference. It's basically completely even as we enter the 10-minute mark here.
If we keep going with what we were saying before, I think that still enables JDG as we move forward. Should be a little bit of time here as we have a little bit of actual stacking of the objectives. They're going to be spawning right next to each other, about 30 seconds off from each other for the Rift Herald and that next Dragon. Would be nice to see if JDG can continue stacking up in that regard here. But this is where we can start talking about that proactivity in the side lane. Xiaohu and Tian need to link up. Shun can play pretty aggressive with the heroic entrance right behind him on Scout. That's where this 2v2 really comes to a fold.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are going to be looking at a one-kill LPL game at 10 minutes and wondering why these teams aren't running in. It's so difficult for Weibo to feel comfortable making a full play. It's really the same thing for JDG on the other side with so many people able to answer macro-wise. That's why these objective spawns are going to be so important for these two teams. It kind of forces these engage patterns as we see Breathe pushing in on the top side. But I think the small lead that Tien has been able to generate for himself is, you know, notable. At least if one of these exchanges happens, the Sundered Sky completed for that Pantheon, he'll be very, very strong with anything that happens on the map right now. So it might be the time for them to pull the trigger.
Scout going with the Dark Seal. I like it. But yeah, that Sundered Sky is going to be a pretty big spike for Tien. We expect him to feel really confident now as we do see him use the Grand Starfall in bot lane. Going to catch out Xiaosu, who is not ready for the Grand Starfall gank, the CC chain, the seismic shove, and that'll be another kill given to Tien.
There you go. Utilizing that extra power spike to make a play happen. It's once again the Rumble who is the unfortunate benefactor, or I guess the benefactor is Breathe in this case, of the added pressure going to the side of Weibo. But these small exchanges, I mean, they do add up eventually, but you need to start turning that into map pressure. It's all well and good to be able to pick off the top laner, but it's all about the gold that you are getting onto Xiaohu in this particular instance with that assist. And if you can start playing those side lanes, once again, it's going to be massive as we burn the teleport here.
Oh, Xiaohu is going to weave his wall his way out. He's okay. He's fine. He's okay. I love it, though. We put so much emphasis on these mid laners. Oh, it's a legendary battle. It's this crazy legacy matchup. They couldn't be further apart from each other this entire game so far. They're literally playing on the opposite sides of the map from each other, completely away from that matchup itself, and it feeds into that conversation we were having about, you know, these guys love to try and get as much of a lead in side lane as they can and bring it to the fight. They're just doing it away from each other, which I think is going to give us some more fireworks as we move forward. But about 2 minutes till that Dragon comes up, getting a little bit of pressure in that mid lane. Not much else to speak of for the next little bit.
Yeah, definitely worth noting that Scout, 120 CS at 11.5 minutes into this game. He's going to continue to add to that lead. He really has just been farming up in the side lane on the Galio. Definitely will be a bit of a threat, but now we do see the river being contested over here. We'll see if Weibo actually want to go for this. I'd be shocked.
I mean, Weibo have the item spike. Tien's feeling real confident in this one. He heals so much from the Sundered Sky this early. JDG a bit hesitant to move in, but they know they have a team fight comp. Oh, they try to catch Light in the end. Winter's Bite's going to connect. A couple of hits from the calling, a little peppering in there. See See if it's seasoned well enough as Weibo do back away, though they catch Scout potentially. Tien sticks around. Scout realizes the bad news he's gotten, but he has the phase shift, and he's looking a little bit like Sonic.
Yeah, I mean, another standoff in the river in terms of the things created. All these engage tools on the side of JDG, and yet no real decisive decision-making. I think it's for the best here, as you don't really want to give over the game for no objective, but definitely a bit of a funny-looking exchange. That being said, right now, it's just Weibo kind of doing whatever they want on the map. JDG looking like they want to try and contest, but ultimately backing off, and see if that ends up applying to the second dragon spawning in 45 seconds. This is really important for JDG.
Yeah, I think the reset from Shun now completed in the Trinity Force, that says to me that JDG can fight this one. And so I want to see how much preemptive vision they're able to get down here, what this push in bot lane means for this fight. Because I think if JDG really want to fight this one, they would love to have Scout. I mean, he's level 11. He's pretty darn tanky now as well. But I don't know if that's going to be in the cards.
Yeah, he's stuck catching that top wave right now. Breathe.
Oh, the all-in. Pay's in trouble. Pay's getting locked out, and here comes the Grand Starfall in the back of it. The CC's there, and a third kill goes to Weibo. The feats of warfare have been completed.
That is a disaster for JDG. That should be dragon pressure completely given over as this mountain dragon spawns. Pays burns both of his summoners in that exchange, both the cleanse and the flash gone from him. And again, the objective going over to Weibo, dragon stacking done. That is a huge, huge win for Weibo Gaming. We'll see if Shun wants to continue to play aggressive. The backs came in.
Oh, he's going for the 50-50, but gets locked down by the ground. Xiaohu sets it up to get Tien the dragon. That means Weibo can back away with no punishment. Incredible, incredible decision-making from Weibo right now.
They're just controlling everything, Mazel. It's all across the map. Their decisiveness is really coming forward. We talked about the tools that they had to play make, but it's been their, expert ability to pull the trigger on those tools that has really been able to get them this lead. And now they're sitting in a spot where they are in control of this game, even with Scout taking a nice trade onto Breathe here. You have 2 kills on the Pantheon, and you stop the dragon stacking. See if they can continue this pressure.
There still is that ugly beast waiting to fight you later on. That big team fight potential we've alluded to for JDG, but Weibo, they are playing to their win conditions, the thing that we set out for them to do with their draft. Now we have Rift Herald up and available. That's the next big ticket item on the menu for both teams.
As we see some really nice trades coming in from Light. That Corki is starting to really do some damage. Once that level 11 comes in, it's going to be even harder, but Rift Herald would be disastrous to give over for free for JDG. Looks like they feel like they have to contest it here.
They're bringing everybody. They got Scout coming over. I'll have to push this one out. He did get his item completed, so he's a little bit tankier. I believe he has the Hollow Radiance. As JDG looking to play to their condition. Keep all 5 members together. Keep everything stacked and stay strong together. Rift Herald's still not started up. Weibo feeling a little bit hesitant to move in. They're going to try to clear out some of this vision.
Yeah, once again, it's just Weibo controlling everything in terms of the river. There's no way for JDG to walk in. We'll see if they end up stepping up and making a mistake. Ace does not want to get caught here, but for now it's just Weibo taking their mid-prio, taking their vision control, and moving it over to the Rift Herald that they'll start up. But with a Death Push coming in, potentially.
Shun has an angle now, might be looking for it here. Trying to get into the fight. Xiaohu is going to just have finished his evolve. Crisp almost gets hit by the concussive blows there. In the end, Tien loses this jungle pressure, but he goes in for the fight. He's trying to catch out Sun, but it is the clone taking a ton. That's a big equalizer in the middle of it all. Crisp getting low. They try to take down Tien. He's going to get a kill first, get the heal from Sundered Sky, but still dies. Now it is going to be the trade for junglers. Heroic entrance finally coming in. Xiaohu gets locked in his own. He can't move. He's literally stuck in his own rocks like a glacial prison, but it's his own. As Breathe is moving in now, trying to clean this up. This is where the Aurora really comes alive, but Light is also picking off kills. Xiaosu gets 2, but he gets gunned down by Light in the end. It is a bloodbath and a 3-for-3 in the end.
A very chaotic fight. There was a lot to go over there in terms of things that went right or wrong. Breathe, though, just barely
so
not going to catch that Lucian, but kind of a disastrous fight for both sides that ends up working out okay. I think all things considered, the gold going perfectly over to the side of Weibo. We see Tien looking for the engage here. Does get a bit of damage down onto Scout and Shun, but not nearly enough to be able to really push this forward. This is a great equalizer to completely control the space at this point. You know, Tien has to just flash over or go down, and unfortunately for him, he does both. And then unfortunately for Xiaohu, yeah, just getting himself stuck on the exact wrong side of where he needs to be, and just, you know, falling pretty early on in that fight. The health bar is not cooperating. Xiaoshu doing so much damage in that fight, though, on Rumble ends up salvaging it at least a little bit. But very notable kills going over to both the Pantheon and the Corki in that fight, which could be very problematic.
Very true. Still, though, you get to see maybe some of that disconnect that Weibo have had so far this split. Xiaohu and Chris, as well as Tien, gonna go pay a nice little visit to Scout. Oh, he gets hit into it. The seismic shove from Xiaohu, but is he tanky enough to outlive it? Oh, and the rocks go wide. Tien takes the last tower shot, and Weibo missed the dive.
There's that 177 CS coming into play with some tank stats, being able to keep him alive. Will unfortunately still be the tower going over for Weibo. Still a positive play overall. But yeah, that is feats as well. So definitely still a win for Weibo, but at the very least, Scout will be able to walk out with his life. Definitely an uphill battle for JDG, but we talked about it. The scaling is still on the board for this team.
It is indeed. Oh, we see a little play in mid lane. Breathe has initiated it with the Between Worlds. The seismic shove going to get flashed out by Pays, but unfortunately, Dwell has been left to the Wolves. And that Wolf has a little bit of light on it. That's going to be a big pick for the Corki on Weibo, and light 303 on this hyper scaling pick.
You can't be giving the Corki all of this gold. That is the one part of Weibo's comp that will tear apart JDG at the end of this game. Not only is that pick consequential for the gold, but Joel going down means no contest on this dragon. Of course, it is only second Drake, but Ocean Soul is on the table now for Weibo Gaming if this game goes long enough. That scaling element that JDG have, you know, definitely neutralized with a couple Ocean Dragons getting stacked up by Weibo. So, you know, this timer has gotten even scarier for JDG.
It has. You start seeing those second items come through, the evolutions for the items as well. I want to see now the answer from JDG, how they get themselves at least a little bit more stability. I still think they're well within reach with the comp they have if the scaling continues going their way, but it's starting to slip a little bit, K-Man. There's still just that Rift Herald play for them to get some standing gold. Is that going to be enough to bridge the gap?
I think that gold is going to need to be enough, because right now it's looking pretty dire. Luckily for them, I think the good thing for JDG is you're looking at a comp that really thrives in some close quarters fights, when you can get that heroic entrance on top of the Cyclone, on top of the Equalizer, when you can kind of combo everything together, get this big wombo, and that's going to be effective no matter what. If you can get that Miracle Engage onto the Corki or even the Pantheon early enough in the fight, you can still take this, and Rift Herald or Otacon could still be the setup to kind of enable that to happen.
Wondering where they want to get some of that gold. Still a lot of defensive structures on the side of Weibo. He did finally get that Liandry's completed for Xiaohu. So we have multiple 2-item spikes across Weibo's front lines, across their damage dealers. It's going to be really hard for JDG to deal with. Luckily, they have a lot of time. Really, the only pain point right now would be an Atacon. And the Rift Herald is going to be spawned in mid lane. There's a little bit of distraction. Xiaohu's going to try to stop in its tracks with the Weaver's Wall. Is going to get the first charge stopped, see how much damage Shelly can actually do, and it's going to be nothing. As the Rift Herald play gets denied, there goes all that standing gold I was just talking about, K-Man.
That is a nightmare in terms of JDG trying to get back into this game. You needed to get that mid-turret out of that Herald, but you know, Weibo not giving it over for free. It was so difficult for JDG to find the area, so now you just kind of have to find that miracle fight. The problem is you can't get that re-engage coming in from Chris or Tien in terms of that fantastic, you know, wombo combo. You need to make sure you land it on a priority target, and that's going to take some proactivity. But 1.5K still salvageable, at least for now.
Side lane play. It's going to find Scout again. Is he tanky enough to walk out of this one? I don't think so. As he will be slowly taken down to the dirt by Tien. It's going to be JDG starting up the Atacon on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly a very greedy play coming in from Weibo. They are going to, I think, just almost entirely lose it for this, but Tien's going to try to ult in.
Yeah, Light and Bree just going at it here. They just pulled JDG off of the Atacon in a 2v4. No way. It's going to go. Oh, my God. Shun gets it. Okay, that's worth it, Shun. I'll give you that one. Styles uses an errant setup of his equalizer. They'll lose a lot of the pressure they just gained. They literally just got the out of combo. What do they lose for it? All the presence in topside and an outer turret.
There's a lot to talk about with what just went on there. You've got a setup for JDG where they want to capitalize on the fact that Weibo used so many resources on the bot side. No ultimate for TN to actually get into that fight. They do expend the Xiaohu teleport, but at the end of the day, Light is so strong on the Scorky that he can single-handedly zone basically everyone on JDG. Breed's just going in 1v5, looking for everything. And you know what? He got it. He got it. He got everything. Unfortunately, there's no smite here, so the fact that they want to try to secure this Otacon is pretty difficult. Shun does flash to get in.
That's my goat, Shun. That's my goat, Shun. That's my goat.
That's the goat right there. Being able to secure it.
Thanks for buying into that with me, K-Man.
I'm right there with you. I was really just hoping that there was going to be something that illuminated that play for me in the replay, and I think we did see just exactly why everything ended up working out there. But what a chaotic mess of events here.
That's just insane from Light. Hey, the combo of him and Breathe really running amok here. But that's another thing I want to bring up is while we have the objectives spawning here soon, this is a place of comfort for Weibo. Maybe not playing the same team back-to-back in best of threes, but this is a Weibo who are kind of set in stone and going to that playoff plan, but it's something they found success with just last split, where JDG, they're not used to this rigmarole of trying to get into playoffs through a playoff play-in. Like, what is all that from JDG's perspective after finishing so high on the ladder last time around? And I think that's the differentiation between these teams and some of that experience in these moments, at least, as of recency bias.
Absolutely. I think we've seen that throughout the entire split, that this JDG team has really not had their backs put up against the wall all year long until right now. And this is the most difficult time to be able to solve that issue. So we'll see how they end up reacting. For now, it's definitely not looked all that consistent for them, but still a lot of time left to play for. Anything can happen. Weibo going to be getting soul point on this Ocean Soul for free here. So they pick up that third dragon. No real counterplay to happen. It's just going to be Vision set up on the top side for JDG, but another big grab for Weibo.
Just stacking it up. This Ocean Soul that, honestly, I don't care how much team fighting you got 30-plus minutes in. Ocean Soul on this comp's going to be not very fun to deal with.
Yeah, and, I don't want to have to be the one to break through Ocean Soul Pantheon, 4-kill Pantheon. Then I'm good. I'm good. But we can let's try to avoid that.
I guess going to that matchup though, I mean, I'm not gonna call it a full jungle diffy right now, but it's getting close there, K-Man. And I think that is an offset in this matchup that maybe was there the entire time that does matter so much, is that momentum that both junglers love to play for, that every jungler in the LPL loves to play for, and they do end up finding some of that momentum in mid lane. And the jungler coming in over the top just to make sure, though. Tien's getting bursted down, tries to go in on Pays. Pays is dodging beautifully. Tien's going to get away, does end up getting the speed burst, but the equalizer coming in very sideways on that one. Xiaosu's going to want that back row. Entrance coming in on Shun, who did go deep. They turn, they try to get Chris, they do get him down, but now you got to get out. The escape tools from JDG are used. They get the pick and they get away.
It's just a 1-for-0 for JDG, even though the fight looks quite chaotic. I think overall it's nice to be able to get some gold back, but we were gonna start talking about a jungle diff, and then Shun ends up, being on the side of that fight, making a bit of a play. Scout's Galio very much coming into effect in that fight. We're gonna get the chance to see that a bit more perfectly put damage, and I think we could actually see JDG potentially even winning that fight harder. So just goes to show the power of the composition they've put together, especially before this Ocean Soul.
The 3-item spike. That's I mean, we're already seeing some of it here on the 2-item spike. I mean, now the Rift Maker has been completed for Scout. He's going to be so hard to deal with. But more importantly, the Lord Doms for Pays, as we were talking so much about what these ADCs are going to have to do, and that is going to be carry a lot of these team fights. And you'll love to see the Lucian at a point of pressure now. 3 items with the pickaxe. You have the Seeker's Arm Guard for Scout. The team fight is there for JDG. They just have to let it loose.
They just have to find the priority targets. I think one thing to note, TN, you know, that engage was really aggressive. He was half health by the time any of that fight really started. You know, Weibo can't be making gigantic mistakes. As far ahead as they are, they still need to play disciplined, and they still need to make sure they are working together. Tien actually jumping out of the redemption heal from Crisp, but see if we can make that second play happen here.
Oh, the culling. Oh, Chris just goes to the places. Pays. You have overextended. You've overpaid. As now Tien gets the kill on him after he goes in with the flash, gets the execution, and that's a big pick. We were just talking about the Lucian.
You know, a bit of a caster curse there for Pays on the Lucian, but it's a really proactive play from Crisp. Those are the kinds of things that Weibo needs to look for as a unit, as a group. When you have a numbers advantage mid lane, yes, pull the trigger. That's what they've been so good at throughout this game. And now it's a 5-kill Pantheon. You've got that soul spawning in 2 minutes. Baron is on the map. You can't really make a mistake here for JDG. It cedes basically the pressure of the entire map.
Got it. He was the most rich on the map. Gets shut down out of his team. I love the kind of 1-2 punch they had there. I wonder if we're going to get a replay of it. If we're not, find it really interesting. You know, Light makes him play a little bit aggressive there as he steps too far forward, and that just sets Crisp up for a beautiful flash play. And that's the kind of setup between these two that we really wanted to see develop. We're starting to get that here. When it matters most at the very end of the season. You got to remember Weibo, if they win this one, they do, at least the series, they do lock in that 5th place, face Ultra Prime. And that's weighing heavy over this series, as well as the next one.
Yeah, you gotta feel the pressure of the situation in front of you, but JDG feeling the pressure now. Starting to push into trying to control this river for Baron.
Oh my god, Breathe just keeps fighting between world angles. Southsuit just gets completely obliterated. Breathe goes golden, and Weibo have full health bars here. Okay, man, they can't do anything. Korean Starfall's coming in. Weaver's Wall. That combo's coming through, and it's right on the scout. There's the equalizer coming back. Crisp is overextended with that Magnet Storm, and Weibo didn't have the damage.
Oh,
now
Shun!
JDG turning it around. Heroic entrance coming through. Shun leading from the front with the rest of the team, buying him a little bit of time. Shun goes down. They try to get Tien. Tien's getting shut down to Pays as Breathe finds another kill. He's on a double right now, looking for a triple. Does end up giving the kill over to Light, and Weibo still find a way to win.
Breathe is absolutely massive in that fight with the damage coming out from the Aurora. Breathe and Light really pushing the team forward, and it couldn't come at a worse time for JDG with the Dragon spawning in 4 seconds. The teleport coming mid lane that will be Soul, acquired for Weibo Gaming. Did look a little bit precarious at the start of that fight, but it ends up really working out, and now Pays.
Oh, he might actually have the angle here. Oh. He tried to get the flash play, tried to get the kill on a Pays. Don't get him, but they get the soul. And this entire time, K-Man, Light has been gunning people down. The Collector completed 3rd, and he has picked up kills after kills after kills, all led off by Breathe.
Yeah, Breed starts this fight very well. Xiaoshu is a lot of the gold for JDG, especially when Pays can't get up to actually fight here. So chunking him out at the start of this fight is massive. Tien wants to try and continue to put out damage, but Crisp is just eating the entirety of the culling here as he goes in. So he's trading his life on this exchange, and Shun very much wants to follow through. Tien looks like he's so killable here for Scout coming in, but they just don't have the damage to break through. Xiaohu over the wall is able to really keep him safe, and Light at this point is free firing with Breathe, just taking everybody down. That's a solo kill on the Rumble, by the way, in terms of the damage, and it's just massive. It's the carries that we highlighted. It's Breathe coming up for Weibo Gaming here.
And you know, I'm gonna be a game win Andy here, and I'm gonna say, I take it back, Breathe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doubting your potential. I'm sorry for doubting that you're gonna bring out Aurora and you are gonna be the engage for the team. I didn't see it coming, but honestly, who else could? And Breathe has found the angle. I think that's always what has been so important about his impact on teams, why we see him consistently on some of the top teams in LPL's history over these last few years. It's that impact he has in team fights, the angles that he sees, that he finds, and that we've seen multiple times in this game number 1.
He has been absolutely massive for Weibo, but he'll need to continue to be huge for them at the end of this game. No vision at all surrounding this objective. It's got to be so scary for JDG to walk into this, but the trap has been laid. We'll see if it ends up being triggered by JDG. For now, it's just going to be the dance around Baron, and it is going to be started up here.
They do it really fast, too. JDG are going to get their hand forced They have Scout with the heroic entrance. They have a perfect team fight setup. We said it all along. When will be the moment that they unleash the beast? This team fight that they drafted for. It's got to come sooner rather than later. It is all 10 members around this Baron pit, but Weibo decided...
the flash!
Whoa, goes over the seismic shove, goes for the kill, but Grand Starfall's coming right back in. That's going to be Tian joining the fight. He has a lot of breathing room here. He's got the GA available too, and the heroic entrance has come out too late. They don't end up saving Dwa, and then now Weibo feels so confident to move forward. Equalizer's going to be in there. Magnet Storm going to follow through here soon, but it's actually not. Breathe finds another angle, gets another kill, and it's a double kill going the way of light. Xiaosu, your goldenness does not mean anything to Weibo as they wipe another fight, and now they will claim their prize of the Baron.
That might be the game one bell tolling right now here for JDG, as the last-ditch effort to try and compete with the Baron is pulled off by Tien. You know, he goes deep because he has that GA available to him to be, you know, afforded the luxury of diving into 4 members by himself. Unfortunately, Zhuo, trying to play as aggressively as he can, ends up falling just a little bit too quickly. No more peel coming in from the carries means a free fight win for Weibo Gaming, and now they're not just getting the Baron, they're pushing down this mid lane inhibitor as well.
I'm trying to get the inhib turret at least. They will get the Baron. Took a little bit longer since only 2 of them got it in the end, but they will open up that inhib at least in mid lane. And the biggest boon of all of this is they have the Baron for 3 minutes, and the Elder Dragon is going to be coming up right on the other side of these replays.
Yeah, this is a valiant effort from Zhuo, but it might just be a bit misplaced. Greed actually is basically completely zoned from this fight, but at the same time, so is Scout. So Zhuo ends up taking the entire brunt of the Talia damage, with Xiaohu just pumping out damage on that champion, doing a really great job at the start of this fight. And at this point in these close quarters exchanges, Breathe finally able to make his way in and take down that Galio. There's just no damage left. There's no tank stats left with the Braum gone. You can't afford these separated fights from JDG, and Weibo did a great job to force it.
I mean, the shred that we're seeing out of Weibo's side, literally, no matter how tanky Scout gets, no matter how tanky Zhuo gets, they're just getting shredded either way. And I think it's so difficult to approach these fights when you don't have that front line. You are a comp that wants to scuffle, that wants to fight, and Weibo have taken that away from JDG in game number 1. Weibo looked to get another inhib turret down. Now they're looking to push multi-waves here, about 1 minute and 40 seconds with that Baron buff. They're going to look for a play on a Pays. Pays immediately has to dash away. Not going to use anything else there, but there will be 2 inhibs falling. An Elder Dragon in 1 minute and 15 seconds.
That is a problem for JDG, but it might be a problem here. Shun, very far forward, is just going to take a little bit of damage. Yeah, just a little bit of damage for his troubles. Xiaohu going to use that Weaver's Wall to just get topside to shove out this wave.
What that cannon minion do to you, man?
He had to make sure to make it pay, and he gets paid for that as well, against Pays. But Xiaohu will continue to push topside with light there. There's just no way to keep this base safe with this Baron buff. This is already a comp that burns down towers so quickly, but it might be the game.
Oh,
Shun!
Shun doesn't even exist anymore on Summoner's Rift. He's been erased from the history books of this game number 1. And Weibo, they have their prey in sight. They know they want to win this series. They want to go ahead and lock up that 5th seed, and they're about to take that first step towards that. They can take down JDG. They get a nice taunt from Scout. Scout trying to layer in some of the damage. Xiaosu going forward, but he doesn't go golden. He doesn't have the Zong is completed, and that just means Weibo can completely turn this on its head. Tian gonna go in. Still has the GA, by the way. Still hasn't been popped. It's gonna be a couple more kills. A triple going the way of light, and an absolute domination from Weibo Gaming in game number 1. 9-0-7 for light, 6-0-10 for Breathe in the top lane. And the carries are pumping tonight for Weibo.
A dominant game number 1 for Weibo. From basically the start of that game, they recognized we have Pantheon, we have Talia, we have Aurora. We're going to be keeping our foot on the gas, and you want to talk about every play that game, every single one was started by Weibo Gaming. They controlled the tempo, they controlled the pace, and they pick up a huge win in game 1.
They do indeed. They do indeed. We were wondering what version of these teams we're going to get. I will say the at least game plan strategy for Weibo was very bright as day. You literally have Tian leading the charge, have a little bit of follow up there as well from Crisp, but those plays between mid jungle ended up being the bread and butter, and it worked out well for them, and that's why you grab the Pantheon Talia combo if it's left open.
I think we are seeing that perhaps it was a mistake to let TN have that Pantheon in game number 1, as we maybe called out in draft, but you still have to execute it well. We've seen a ton of teams get Pantheon and, just play a little bit safer, a little bit more, ride the wave a little bit more. No, you are pushing the wave. You're creating the wave here as Pantheon. So credit to Weibo. They knew their win condition and they came out and really executed on it.
I do appreciate that, we did see JDG realize their win condition as well, in a way of kind of like taking that back seat, saying, once we get to 3 items, once we get to 4 items, it's where we really thrive. But unfortunately, too many things had gone the other way. Too many things have been like kind of let slip through, and Weibo took full advantage of that. And I think if you give the upper hand, that's why, coming into this, we were really curious on which version of these teams we get, because if you let that upper hand slip, it feels like both teams can kind of run away with that momentum. And you don't want that in a 2 best-of-3 series setup back-to-back days. That momentum is extremely important. And these are your last 2 series before you go into the playoff plan to play for your life in split number 3.
Yeah, it's just the lack of real agency in the game, to be entirely honest. It's the lack of any control. They were hoping for Weibo to make a mistake rather than hoping for them to really win the game, and I think that that's something that's been a real problem for JDG. This team has been rightfully criticized for being much more reactive over the course of this split than they have over this year, and I think this game was a perfect example of that, and they ended up really paying the price for it.
And I think I'll be a little bit introspective for JDG, but it doesn't feel like it's singularly coming from one place. At different times within the games, you could see kind of problems existing, a lot of disconnects, a lot of lack of synergy. And I think one of the biggest pain points was seeing some of that lack of synergy between Shun and Scout, specifically when you have that Wukong, when you have the Galio there for that kind of wombo combo. It never really succeeded. We saw it there at the end in front of the Nexus turrets. It looked damn good for a moment. But yeah, it was a little bit one-sided, and Light and Breathe did a lot of damage, man.
Light and Breathe did a lot. Shun doing 3,000 damage on the Wukong throughout this game.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just leave it alone. We don't have to talk about it. Ignorance is bliss, K-Man. Stop doubting my goat. He stole the Atacon.
He did.
Yeah?
He did steal the Atacon.
What rebuttal do you have to that, huh? There's no change. It's a permanent objective. There's only one in the game, and he got it.
He did get it, and everything was great immediately after. There were no problems with that play that he made.
I told you, ignorance is bliss. I'm living in my heaven right now.
I think that's fair. You know what? If you want to have that optimism, that's great.
It's like an ostrich.
I'm on the other side of this train. I'm scared. I'm worried. I think Shun has been a question mark for this team, especially over the past 2 weeks. And this was not the kind of game that really eliminates a lot of those doubts. But I think you just saw a lot of plays go right or wrong. This Xiaohu Talia play really not going according to plan here. This is just about as miserable of a Talia situation as you could find yourself in. But Weibo ends up still pulling out, so it's fine. It ends up working out in the end. Kind of a chaotic game. I think that's where Weibo really thrives as a team that, really wants the skirmishes. They want that chaos, and so they definitely felt happy about game 1.
There were so many big trade fights, like 3-for-3s, things along those lines. It's so curious to me. In the end, Weibo is constantly finding advantages, right? Building that little bit of a lead, but they were down in the muck with JDG a lot of the time, and I'm looking forward to more of that in this series.
Yeah, I mean, the muck is where we wanted these two teams. that's kind of
where they live. That's where they thrive.
I was going to say, maybe not where we wanted them, but where they want to be, for sure. That's exactly where they've locked in. It's no surprise to see Weibo taking a chaotic mess of a game with multiple weird engages and turning that into a win. It really is their specialty, but you never really know, man. This is one of Light's better games in quite a while. He's going to be able to keep that kind of performance up. It's been a bit of a sore spot for them, and really something that's kind of kept them out of the top 4 discussions. Weibo peaking again around the end of the split. You never want to freak out too much. Breathe, man. What a game.
Yeah, what a game, indeed. One little note, JDG, I know you're not listening to me, but please give Scout something that can carry. I love the Galio. It's great. It's cool. It looks awesome. But give this man a carry. Give him something that could actually 1v9 the game against Xiaohu. But I think that maybe accentuates the conversation I want to have for Weibo, and we saw that synergy from this team, man. I think there were a couple disconnects, some crazy fights as well, but I think there was always a clear plan in how they wanted to execute team fights, and maybe some of that was light Valkyring into 4 people. But in the end, he has Breathe right there finding engages with Between Worlds. There's a lot of distractionary tools that Weibo used to get the better of JDG.
Yeah, I think it's just clear to me that the term and the word that I want to use is decisiveness. I think that's what Weibo showcased an incredible amount of in Game 1, and that's what JDG really lacked. If Weibo is going to continue to be, all right or wrong, correct play or incorrect play, we're going to make it, we're going to go forward, that's something that in the LPL, that can really get you far, and I think we saw a lot of that out of them in this game.
Yeah. So who do you give MVP to for this one, this game number 1? Who gets it? Is it TN?
For me, it's got to be TN. I think those early plays really helped set up everything Weibo wanted to do, and I think just the
Light doesn't
aggressiveness.
Get a
I love Light's game. Again, one of his best in a long time, and I think I wouldn't be mad at him. I wouldn't be mad at Breathe. I think that Crisp had a huge engage, Xiaohu had good moments, but to me, the Pantheon was a huge problem that JDG had no answer to.
Every time I see Pantheon get through on blue side, I'm like, why? Why? That should be as easy as a ban as Azir is for every single team in the LPL.
Oh.
It's the engage extraordinaire. The one that I had to bow down and apologize to for calling a fake top laner. He finds a way to engage team fights on Aurora. And it works. What a magical feeling. Congratulations to Breathe for earning MVP.
Yeah, not only is he the primary engage on a team with Rel, he picks up multiple solo kills throughout that game as well. Just the damage coming in. Great game 1 from Breathe. We wanted to see the top lane matchup. Weibo certainly showcasing they might be on the better end of that.
Well, hey, it's a full support of the cast from Weibo and a dominant Game 1 win over JDG. We'll see how that works out. But if you want to go ahead and support a little bit of a cast, you can support the LPL English product as consider becoming a coffee member. It's the best way to support the LPL English project since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. Upgrading the broadcast packages, paying all the volunteers that you see. I promise you, it is not just us 2 on the cast, on the broadcast. We have producers, we have socials, we have moderators, we have everybody doing content, we have all the casters, we have all the production. There are so many things that go into this, and we just have to give a special thank you to all of our Coffee and YouTube members, as it means a lot to have the support of the community, and we hope you find it worth it to support us as a product, because we love what we do, and we're here to give you the LPL on a daily basis. But that is going to be it for game number 1. It was exactly what I expected it to be, and I'm hoping we get some more mudslinging for game number 2. We'll see you there.
Hey everyone, I'm Sajed, ADC for Dark Zero in the NACL, and I'm here to break down this FPX backdoor and our prodiff deep dive. Baron is spawning in 1 minute, and that's the objective to play for, and the next mid wave coming out of base kind of dictates which team will get set up. FPX kind of has a cheat code because they took the enemy inhibitor, so they have the super minions, which will help them push the wave faster and makes their wave tankier. And Silas, he's down 7k gold. He kind of knows he's pretty useless, so he opts to not even show on the side wave and just goes and overgroups on mid wave. On the flip side, IG has rookie TP to the top lane, and then he shifts down to mid. So that's the 2 big advantages FPX has going into this fight. They have TP advantage on their mid laner, and they took the enemy inhibitor. So the fight starts really well for IG. They burn a bunch of the enemy sums and ults, but the problem is, since they contested from top river, they never actually got the wave. Instantly they start running to the wave. They take the fight away from the TP-less Victor, who's the most fed member in the game, and they just walk the wave down. They know that the game went long enough that winning a 5v5 is not the only way to win the game. They want to play around their advantages, and taking the fight away from the TP-less Victor and into the enemy nexus is their best bet. IG made the mistake of over chasing into the enemy vision, and they never actually caught the wave. So FPX is actually able to just hit the nexus turrets and threaten an end. Gala never recalled. He opted to just walk to his nexus. Maybe he thought it was faster, but he never actually gets the impact the fight, and FPX actually does get the backdoor off. So in the end, it's really important to know what your advantages are in a game and just playing around them. FPX did that very well from a losing situation and actually won the game off that. Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from me and other pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything LPL English, follow at LPL_English on Twitter, and make sure to catch the games on LPL's English Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time. Hey everyone, I'm Sajed, ADC for Dark Zero.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man, and Weibo Gaming come out swinging in this one of two best of threes we'll see between the two teams, and find a dominant win about 35 minutes in over JDG.
Yeah, I mean, truly, they controlled every aspect of game number one. They were in control. They were in the driver's seat from the first moment of the game, and they never really gave it up. We'll see if they can have that same kind of control here now on red side going into game number two. Things a lot more difficult in that regard, but bans are going to stay relatively similar here, except the Gwen taken off the board. But the Poppy Trundle still not available in the Azir, the constant ban for Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. And hey, now you don't have to worry about the Pantheon anymore. I think this can be a much better setup for JDG. I still want to see them give themselves proactive tools in some way, shape, or form. You could still go for scaling. You can still go for team fight, but somebody's got to have the answer early, and Shun unfortunately didn't have that in game number one. See what he gets here in game two, as we do have a lot of those likely bans already taken off. The final jungle bans of being that Vi and the Trundle as well. And first pick waiting for JDG.
I'd love to see a Xin Zhao here. I think that really just creates everything that JDG was lacking in the previous game. But if you do want to go for some more stability, Sion is okay on the top side as well. The priority tank, in the meta right now. So it does keep you a bit flexible in terms of your options. But once again, kind of allowing Weibo to dictate the direction that they want to go. They got to do that on blue side with Pantheon in game one. They're getting to do it with red side here with R1 and R2. Varus left up, certainly not something that often gets picked on red side. So Light, after a phenomenal game one, going to be very happy with that.
A lot of utility, a lot of damage potential. You can still have a little bit of flexibility with the build path too. And the Annie that was banned away at game number one comes in game number two. That point and click CC, the setup for the team, which we saw a little bit of the shade of that on the Talia for Xiaohu last time around. It's the Sivir Alistar that ends up getting locked in for JDG though as a response.
This has been the very quick answer in most cases to the Varus. If it does end up getting through draft, people really like that Sivir matchup for obvious reasons. The Spell Shield ends up being very useful in this particular contest, but we'll see if Pays can really step up. He had a tough game on the Lucian in game number one. That short range really coming back to bite him in a couple of key instances. He'll have to kind of keep his foot on the gas and be that hyper carry in game number two here, but not looking so hot, at least in the early lane, as a strong 2v2 here for Weibo.
Yeah, you do have a strong 2v2 there. I've really appreciated the kind of reunion we've had with Renata as of late in that bot lane. Finally getting a little bit of Enchanter love down there in the 2v2s, but especially Crisp. I mean, I know I talk about literally every time he picks this champion, but he was the guy that brought the Flash ulti play into the league when Renata first got released. And maybe I'm dating myself when that was. I mean, it was only a couple years ago at this point, but I've always really appreciated the space control he specifically has on the champion, while the champion also has a lot of that inherently. But now in the second phase, we get the Orianna ban that I know you wanted to see against Scout in the second phase, and the Jarvan is going to be the focus from JDG.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to ask for Scout to carry the game, take him off his control mages. No Orianna, no Victor. I think that has to be the game plan here for Weibo. Force him onto something that has to be a bit more aggressive. That would be at least my intention towards, what I would play against for Scout here. But I think that there are plenty of options still on the table, depending on the direction they want to go.
Oh my God, dude.
Are going to listen to me, though.
Alone. He is down. Okay, so if you're just, this is dumb to do, but if you just go off of most played champions, he's literally down to the 5th ring now at this point. And even skipping that, the Annie's gone too, the Galio's gone. Like, his champ pool, at least the one he's been playing as of late, is getting obliterated here in game number two.
It is, it's looking scary for Scout. We'll see how he wants to answer. The Galio, you called it in game one. Didn't have the agency you wanted. See if it has, if they have a pick that has that kind of agency here in this second game. Xin Zhao, though, still left up on red side.
Oh my God. No. Weibo Exodia incoming. Although, there's a little room for the kind of execution base of it, and especially what the answer can be potentially here. But this is looking like a pretty damn good comp from Weibo's side for a game two on red side as well. JDG had to go with the comfort, at least with the Sion. I really have appreciated what that brings to the table. And the Skarner now, too. They're going for the team fight setup once again.
Yeah, they really want to try and have that consistent late game, which I understand. I think the easier comps to execute are typically better at this level, but we saw Weibo really not being afraid to keep their foot on the gas, and boy, do they have tools in this game to go forward. So
Scout
you're going to see that, but it's the Silas as the pick here for Scout, as the answer to Annie, really as the answer to a lot of things on the other side. Quite a few very good ultimates to steal for that Silas. A lot of pressure is going to be on Scout and Pays, the two main carries in this game, as the Yorick is the final answer.
Okay, so a classic meatball top lane, but I think it's really important to keep tabs on what that side lane brings. Yes, we talked so much about team fighting between these two top laners, but I think now you'll have to think about how much pressure the Yorick can bring in the side lane for Breathe, how much he can kind of have that win condition going in the side lane for Weibo, where they also have so much fight starting ability for Weibo's at least draft in game 2.
I think, yeah, I completely agree. They have so many ways to start fights, obviously. Do they have a lot of ways to really push forward in 5v5s? I think that could be a bit more of a concern. And honestly, JDG also has a lot of tools to start fights. I mean, the Skarner and Pale, the Alistair engage, even, Sion on a good flank could be really strong. Once again, I think you're looking at a spot where JDG wants this to go long. The longer this game goes, the better it is for them. And Weibo want to keep their foot on the gas, utilizing that mid-jungle duo. And honestly, again, I don't think either team would have it any other way.
I honestly wouldn't have it either. I love that we're getting some of these kind of different styles, maybe a little bit of different flavors for both teams, but still sticking to what has worked for both sides. It does feel like Weibo had gotten the better of the draft here in game number 2, but it all comes down to execution. We get Scouts, Silas coming back into the fold, as well as the first time of the split that we've seen it from him, but really needing to be that carry we wanted to see in mid lane.
He's going to have to really step up in this game. It's not quite like the Galio where you need your teammates to be in the right position. A lot of the pressure is going to be on you, and Scout certainly has had a microscope on him the entirety of the split. We'll see if he can take advantage of it here today.
All right, well, we'll see if we get to game 3 or if this is Weibo's come up at the end of the season. They always seem to ramp up when it matters most, and if they win here, they will claim that 5th place and end up facing off against Ultra Prime. Let's see if Beijing can give JDG a little bit of energy as we get into game 2. They just have the mics turned down. They didn't want to blow out people's ears. It's probably really loud there. It's like
well, you don't want to hype too much in game series number 1. You got to save some of the suspense
because this is a best of 6.
Exactly.
Yeah, 6-game series. Sorry, not best of 6. That would be wild. That'd be a lot of League of Legends.
That would certainly be a lot.
Producer Rare Adam says, "Please no," and understandable. But as we get into this one, I do love to see the on-hit style coming from Light. I want to talk about that 2v2 a little bit more because Light got the better of Pays in that game number 1 whole-handedly, and it ended up deciding a lot of the game. Here, I think it's going to have that similar impact as we move forward into the game between the two carries.
Yeah, I think the roles are a bit reversed in terms of the early 2v2. Light having a ton of scaling on that Corki really made him so useful in the late game. Now he's going to have the most consistent AD carry in the game, with Varus going into a hyper carry himself with the Sivir on the other side. That Renata in particular, it's going to be about how much he can take advantage of this 2v2, how big of a lead he can generate for himself. But if game 1's anything to go off of, we know he has the ability to do so.
Yeah, I think just as a side note, I do think the on-hit, I really like that decision here. I think it's going to give you at least some say in that hyper carry setup as we move forward into these big beefy bodies that JDG has. But I think that means that Weibo really need to be centered around Light for some of those fights as we move forward. Obviously not anytime soon, but something to think about as we go on. As Dwell losing a ton of health here. Chris took 1 turret shot but shielded most of the damage in the end, and it's an Omega push by Weibo early.
This is what you're supposed to do with Varus and Renata. You're supposed to completely dominate the laning phase, especially with Tien pathing down to the bot side here. I don't imagine there's going to be anything other than dominance coming out of that lane, but we highlighted the mid laners. They're going to be so important in terms of the setup and really the follow-through for both of these teams in this game here. You see Xiaoshu taking a bit of damage on the top side. No real surprise there. We're going to have a pretty easy laning phase, so see how that works out for him.
And I guess we'll be getting closer to it now. I mean, both junglers just kind of ships in the night, going opposite sides here. I think Tien definitely has the forward hand if he wants to get a bit aggressive, especially with some of the prio he has in mid and bot lane. But who really benefits from that level 6? I mean, is it kind of equal terms in that way, or do you feel like the fights really go one-sided in that early skirmishing at level 6 for either? As Breathe, unfortunately, doesn't get the early message that he's getting ganked. Will try to stop Shun, but he uses the Eastall's impact to get through it. Now Breathe, gonna save his flash till the last second, potentially going for it, still dies! Shun gets the kill at first blood for JDG.
Yeah, a bit of a nightmare there for Breathe. Absolutely worst case scenario. Burns the flash and dies on the top side. It allows Sion to really be able to stabilize here. And it's a kill over to Shun. Very good start here for JDG. And, you know, you asked me a question a moment ago, Mizel, talking about who I think had the stronger level 6 power spike. I think a lot of it ends up coming around who can get that setup a bit cleaner. I would typically say Weibo, but with that kill now on Skarner and that Giant Spelt bot, it could definitely have swung in a different direction.
That giant belt actually is going to be so massive. You have about 40 seconds for the dragon. Will be an Infernal Dragon first, so that ups that ante just a bit. Tien going for a response here in topside. Xiaosu going to flash out preemptively from Breathe. Does get away. Forces Tien to back off. And we'll lose a little bit of timing there for Weibo. Should be a double scuttle attempt by Tien. Xiaohu playing with his life here. Does have Tien right around the corner, but does need to be careful. Scout maybe taking the bait, trying to go for the kill. Does have the Kingslayer, does have flash, but decides not to go for it.
Still a lot of damage coming in from Scout. I think the idea is, like, let's try to bait him in. I think there is a real concern that trading 1-for-1 there is not good for Xiaohu, so is lucky enough to be able to get out with his life. Dragon has spawned. I think that's the important thing, is we are starting to see these objectives come up around the map, and I think the setup around these is going to be massive. Mid lane priority here is really important because bot lane is almost always going to be in favor of Weibo. So if that Annie can also start to really establish tempo in the mid lane, any objective that Tien wants to go for is going to be his, and right now at the very least it looks like that's going to be the Dragon.
Really nicely played from Weibo, just knowing where their strengths lie, and it'll be plenty of time ahead for the grub fight there too. So not going to be any crazy trades like we saw in game number 1. We should see that full frontal brawl in the top side, and we're already getting ready for it here as we redeploy the bot lane to the top side for JDG.
The standard lane swap has come in here at 6 minutes as Tien does claim the Dragon. Once again, a win condition for Weibo to take away from JDG. We talk about that scaling, and especially with that gold going over to the top side of JDG, making sure those Dragons aren't an option is huge, but it's really playing around this Annie Xin, one of the scarier mid-jungle duos in terms of just raw, engage power in the early game here. So we'll see how that ends up working out. Pei's going to get that shove. And it will, at the very least, look like it's going to be the match here from Weibo Gaming, with both teams wanting to play for those grubs in a minute and a half.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big tipping point here. I got to ask you, though, in terms of the meta we've seen, as we see both bot lanes going to top side, are you happy that, lane swaps still exist in some form?
I think that there is. It's certainly better than it was before. I think that that's fair to say.
Oh my God.
Tien,
a little bit of lane swap. Rooney with the jungles coming into mid lane. Pressing guard's going to be there, but he had already hit Tien, so Tien doesn't get knocked out. Flash play from Xiaohu, and Timbers helps get the kill to Tien.
Yeah, that's huge. That's a very big pickup for Weibo Gaming. They burn a ton of resources on the play they needed to be able to pull some gold back, and being able to get that lead, especially onto Tien, is really huge for these exchanges. Grubs are going to be spawning in a minute. Tien will get a back off here and will be able to kind of cash in on that gold lead he's generated for himself.
Man.
So, big play made.
That feels so bad for Scout, too. You really want to have a good performance here, especially after that game number 1. Gonna be down flash, gonna be down with that death. Pei's is getting a little bit of that push in mid lane for them. They should have that going for them, but the grub fight here in a little bit, it's got to be a saving point. You really don't want to give over the 3 grub setup either side.
You certainly don't. Yeah, that would be a nightmare, especially for JDG to give over with this game state. Scout kind of gets pushed out of this top lane here. Weibo going to have priority because of their bot lane. Light is actually going to be level 6 for this fight alongside Pei's, but it's Tien who can be caught out.
He ends up flashing, still gets locked down, going back over to the red buff, but just trying to get over to Crisp. They're going to try to fight this one now. The red buff had been claimed. It stalls impact onto TN. He's getting locked down, tries to get Pays. The wind becomes lightning, and lightning strikes twice. They got one. TN's still alive. He finally gets locked down. The bailout comes through. He is still going to die, but in the end, it's a Weibo day of fortune as they take a couple kills.
Oh, it's a nightmare for JD Gaming. They really feel like they can control the area and they can go in and catch out TN, but he's so tanky at this point in the game that there's no way they're going to be able to burst him down. The bot lane on the top side, it's a pretty big mistake. It is a kill going over to Shun, equalizing a bit of the jungle difference, but I think specifically that kill on Light is massive for this game moving forward. As we get into the replay here, again, Shun and Pays, or Zhuo and Pays, I should say, just looking for TN in this exchange, but it's too hard to kill the Xin Zhao at this point. Sivir doesn't have the damage. With the smite coming down on the red buff, he actually heals so much. He stays alive for so long, and even with the bailout here, Pays cannot. He burns cleanse. It doesn't matter. He has nowhere to go. Tien just completely takes him down. Eventually, he does pay his life for this with the bailout not being enough to burst through that starter, but it was close.
The bailout almost buying enough time, and that's just a little microcosm of how damn good this comp can be from Weibo. We see a little bit of that there, though I will say, nice move from JDG to try to get this grub stack going. They at least got the one, so we won't get full grub control from Weibo, but at least 2 of them will go over.
Yeah, that's a huge play for JDG to not allow all 3 grubs to go over to Weibo. There's no way you can ever fight this with the gold that's gone on to both Xin Zhao and specifically the Annie with the boots completed here. You really can't afford to try and take an exchange, so nice of them to at the very least get something out of it, but
Crisp is way overextended. He's going to flash, but he still gets locked down by Duo, and they're going to take the engage counter from Tien as the bailout coming through, but it's not going to save him because they weren't able to get Pays in the end. They do get Shun. Tien is just running rampant through everybody. Xiaohu! He's going to get the spell shield from Pays, but they still get another kill onto Duo, and that kill goes to Light. Scout has shown up. He has Chains of Corruption, but it feels a little bit too late, just like Scout in this entire split.
It almost feels like a desperation play so early in the game from JDG. They see Crisp caught out, but they know that Tien is in the area, and if you learned anything from the last fight, it's that this Xin Zhao's pretty hard to kill right now. It's not easy to break through the front line that you've got here on Weibo Gaming, and once again, the fight lasts long enough for you to be able to turn it. I feel like JDG is looking for plays that just aren't there at the moment, and they're really paying the price for it.
I'm trying so hard for my heartbreak not to come through because it is devastating to see this team functioning like this. I think it's so, yes, they have a couple series with this one, obviously in the next one tomorrow against Weibo, and they'll have the playoff play-in, but to see some of my favorite players having this much dysfunction feels so bad. But hopefully we'll get to see them pull this back up. I mean, obviously they still have a lot of proactivity here with their picks, and they still have that team fighting potential, that long game that they're playing here, even though they're only down about 1.5k. Xiaosu's going to try to make a play in mid lane. Gets the emote head scratch from Crisp, but JDG take position around the dragon.
Yeah, it does look like they want to try and set up for this. Again, if Weibo really starts stacking these dragons, it becomes very, very difficult to push forward the flash.
Oh.
No one's there.
Going for a really cool play, but it didn't really matter. As Chains of Corruption comes down onto him, he's going to lose a chunk of his health. Pays is trying to move over. He's popped on the hunt. They go straight in on Xiaosu, who's trying to be this damage tank.
Oh, the Impale.
And now Tien gets locked in for the Impale, but the Crescent Guard buys so much time. They're going to have the bailout on him as well. He's going to get it popped. He does try to kill Shun in the end, but it's the trade of junglers as now 2 for 1 in favor of Weibo, and they're going to run down Scout, and they get him in the end over the Blast Cone. A double kill for Breathe. Xiaosu ends up killing Light on the back end of the play as everybody abandoned their ADCs, but it's still an advantageous play for Weibo.
Yeah, very advantageous, and Xiaoxiu's got her flash.
He just gave away his flash. Okay.
Yeah, maybe not the play that JDG were looking for. Once again, it's just a complete lack of coordination from JDG. Zhuo makes this big flash engage on the Alistar over the wall, and there's absolutely no one. There is literally no one here to follow up on. Xiaoxiu just misses the Q, and at this point, the Alistar takes his entire health bar to make this play happen. So FaZe has to frontline here with the spell shield. Not really a ton to do. Tien dives in, and at this point, they're trying to burst him down as quickly as possible. The exhaust comes down. They impale him, and they try to lock him down, but they can't kill him before he can use the ultimate. So it's all for naught. Shen gets so low in the exchange that at this point, it's basically impossible. Xiaoshu just biding his time, waiting in the bush to catch out the AD carry, and unfortunately for Light,
Lord.
he just gets bonked, but definitely a consolation prize at the very best for JDG.
I know we're far from this game being over, and Weibo definitely aren't stably in control. But if they win, Crisp better get the damn MVP. Like, I know that Tien has 100% KP. I don't even care. Crisp is on a masterclass Renata play here so far in game number 2. It's been feeling really good to watch from Weibo. Again, they have the sauce. I don't know what this Weibo team, doesn't matter what variation of the roster it is, even though we've seen this one for a little bit of time now, it really just seems to turn on when it matters most. And it's crazy to see Weibo in a position where they could take a lot of momentum going into the end of the regular season.
It's the exact right time for Weibo to start figuring things out. And again, you know, I hate to call past performances, but this org is no stranger to figuring it out right before playoffs start and just kind of sneaking their way in there in summer, getting to finals.
Last split in regular season, 7th place for a team that was in finals of Worlds, by the way. As Xiaohu maybe just gets caster curse as the double tibbers goes down. But yeah, that's just the craziness of Weibo's story. A little bit of that craziness has paid off for them over the years.
Yeah, I think craziness is the apt word there. They are happy to live within the crazy margins as they continue to push forward. Worth noting that that Rift Herald is going to be spawning in 20 seconds. That's actually a pretty big get for JDG to be able to equalize some of this gold if possible. They don't have the best setup around this area at the current moment. Look at all the vision coverage coming in from Weibo in the area on the top side of the map. They can get in that position though. It could be really, really relevant for them.
How about these first item spikes? We do have everybody reaching that mark. Almost half items completed for other members as well. So he has the Bramble vest for Xiaosu. It is going to be JDG starting it up. Can Weibo contest this?
I mean, it definitely looks like they want to. They are in the area. Breathe will have his TP available in just a few seconds, so this definitely should be a fight. Watch for a potential death push. If they can get on Crisp, that's massive.
It's already down half health. Two is waiting in the bush. Scout is behind this all as Breathe is there. Rift Herald is the focus. Xiaoshu is not going to make his entrance just yet. And they are going to end up finding some momentum there in the Rift Herald play. So we'll see if they can make better on it than they did in game number 1. Their first game, Rift Herald didn't get much play out of it. Unstoppable Onslaught's going to be used in bot lane to answer on a Breathe. Actually does a good amount of damage to Breathe here. Gonna run him down. The Maiden not helping whatsoever, just going for the turret, and we'll get that healing coming through. The redemption gonna be popped as Crisp have made his way over with Tien, and that signals that Xiaosu can't play as aggressively.
I guess the trade there for Weibo was, who cares about Rift Herald when we can just take a tower on our own with the Yorick in the bot lane. That's what we wanted it for anyways. So they're happy to make that trade with Breathe just getting a ton of pressure on the bottom side of the map, forcing out that ultimate coming in.
Oh my god.
From Xiaoshu, the damage coming in from Xiaohu at this point on this Annie. The Malignant's really giving her a ton of combat power over that Rella.
He just stepped back up into the... Okay.
Oh my god.
Well, Xiaohu, you kind of walked into the devil's mouth right there. That's all I'm going to say. He saw them there, walked up, still died. They do still keep pressure on bot side, though, so they should get this tier 2. As Tien goes for the kill, and Xiaoshu, they might have enough damage here as Breed tries to get in there with the flash. It's going to be traded immediately. And that will be the response as Scout takes that upper turret. He is going to get the TP on bot side, but he's alone. The rest of the team is trying to make their way over here, but Scout doesn't have the health bar for this. Those woes coming over. They're going to lock down Tien. Tien's getting low. The bailout's going to be there, but look how much healing he gets from the Sundered Sky. They can't kill him. They can't get in range. Sun is going to sacrifice his life like a sacrificial lamb, and JDG get nothing from their deal with the devil. It's Weibo Gaming that come up aces in that fight.
Oh no, Mazel, if you can't win that, you can't win a lot, because that was it looks like such a good setup for JDG. Scout with a nice teleport and everything setting up. Tien is so massive right now in this game. This Sundered Sky healing coming in, completely unplayable. Scout does a great job here, you can see, to start this fight. The moment he gets the Xin Zhao ultimate, he's actually in a great position to capitalize, and all of this damage is being pumped down. But look at this, Pace is tickling the Xin Zhao. There's nothing going on. The Sivir is completely useless in this fight, and Tien just gets to walk up over and over again. Crisp continuing to be massive in terms of the disruption in this fight as well, but it's just absurd the amount of healing coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Crisp and Tien are combining just like, maybe some years ago when they seemingly earned a world championship together. Oh, that's crazy. It's wild that connection just works, huh? As they're really making it show out today. I mean, both of them. I mean, you have 100% KP for Tien, but he would not be nearly able to do what he's been able to do if Crisp wasn't right there beside him. And I love to see these two guys paired back up together in a meta that is so important for that jungle support synergy. And here in game 2, it's on full display. They're going to be using the Rift Herald play in mid lane for JDG at least. I'm going to get it denied again, as that's 2 games in a row that the Rift Herald literally gets nothing from JDG, and that might be something they want to review.
Yeah, I can't imagine a more demoralizing experience than getting Rift Herald twice in losing game states and having it crash 0 times. Really not gotta be a good feeling, but that was the gold they really needed. But looking forward to the future, do have some objectives spawning. Otacon in 40 seconds. It's going to be important to make sure that you can at least be in the area for JDG. We know that obviously game 1 Otacon was quite chaotic, but you know, there is still potential for, you know, something like a Skarner Scion to just be able to tank enough damage for you to secure it if Weibo want to make a play elsewhere. Right now, it's actually JDG making a play potentially on the Xiaohu.
Oh, they might actually. He's going to get the flash, though, but the Yap's gotten a duck hits as well. They get the decimating smash and a fadeaway boomerang. Ends up getting Scout the kill in the end. They do get the side lane play, and JDG gets something back.
Yeah, you had to be able to get gold somewhere, but again, this is the problem with York. You can't go down in gold against York, because he's just going to take free turrets on the top side, and now Otacon control is entirely in favor of Weibo because they have that full top side pressure. And so you look at the, you know, the difference just in terms of gold on the bottom of your screen here. 1.5k gold for Breathe, 1.5k gold for Tien, 1.1k gold for Light, and Breathe by himself is just going to start up on the Otacon.
Hey, they know where they need to be, and you know, if you got that A angle, if you have that kind of lead, you can just force it. And it doesn't even feel like there's going to be a response. They're going to get side lane turret for it, but they're going to move in here, try to get something back from the fight, actually. But the Atacon's already gone, and now you've overextended yourself. Wind becomes lightning. Duo does not have any tankiness. He's going to pop the Unbreakable there, but Tien is just chunking him with the glaive. And I really like what Weibo have been able to do around the map. They have constantly had pressure. They constantly know where to be, and they have constantly put that into JDG's face. If you want to know where to be, though, if you want a little bit of that action, go check out prodiff.gg. Maybe you'd get to the level that you're seeing on this setup. Go get one-on-one coaching from prodiff.gg. I believe we'll have a QR code at least somewhere, at least the link coming in the chat itself. But make sure you use that code LPL10 to save 10% on Prodiff. You give VODs to these coaches, players from the NACL, from the LTA, and from the RLs. They'll sit with you, talk you through it, and tell you what you can do better next time. So go get some level up, go get some coaching from prodiff.gg.
Yes, Prodiff is a phenomenal service. We've already seen some of the examples of that in the breaks that we've gotten, but unfortunately JDG might need some Prodiff after this series. A lot of things to learn from in terms of just decisive decision making, but for now, at the very least, we will see what they want their counterpunch to be in this game. Somehow, despite Weibo feeling like they control everything, they're still only up 3k gold. This is still salvageable for JDG. We've seen larger gold differences, but at this point, it will take some proactivity, which I'm a little bit worried JDG might not have. And
that's where I go back to that conversation of really liking the on-hit Varus here, really counteracting what Paze wants to do and just free hitting in these fights. And Paze is really waiting for that 3rd item, maybe even 4th item on the Sivir to truly be that hyper carry we've all feared before. But right now, he's not at that position, and Weibo are, and they want to pounce. They go straight on the Shun.
Oh,
He misses
no.
everything, and he will just be cut apart like the scorpion he is, as Weibo looking for another play to go for it onto Pays. Pays instantly cleanses. That was a really nice Captain Jack, but he still loses 3/4 of his health and the outer tower in mid lane.
Pays has to Captain Jack, Spell Shield, and Ultimate just to stay alive even a little bit in this fight, and it's not even over. The siege continuing to go down onto the mid lane tower. There's no room for a lack of execution here, and JDG continuing to struggle. Weibo continuing the push.
A little bit of a bluff there from Xiaosu, who does get called by Weibo. They're going to try to get the back initiated by Pays, but they're losing the turret, and now Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. They're going to take all of the camps here as they walk out of the jungle. They'll leave the little Kruggies up for JDG, but the reset's going to come through, and they're going to get ready for the soul fight in 30 seconds.
I think JDG is signing over the deed to Summoner's Rift because right now Weibo owns the map in terms of just everything that they've done throughout both of these games, the entire series. There is not a corner of the map that is safe for JDG, and they've experienced that getting shoved in to their own turret. You're absolutely right. This Ocean Dragon in 10 seconds is monumental. If Weibo Gaming get this, it could perhaps be the entire game, and they have so many ways to engage the fight.
And I just keep going back to, like, this Weibo looks like the Weibo we always see at the end of the season for some reason. And they're really rearing their heads right now against JDG when they have back-to-back series against the same team. And this doesn't even look close. Dragon's going to be started up by JDG. They're going to move away from it now, and Weibo going to move in front position of this fight.
Scout teleport onto the very back end of this fight. If Weibo pulled the trigger now, it could be doable, but they don't want to make any major mistake here. Maiden just taking up so much on the front of this line.
It's so crazy.
It's insane. Dragon down to 5K.
The flank. They don't see Jewel. Jewel flying the fight. He doesn't get the combo. Goes in for the flash play, the pulverize, but the headbutt. It's not enough, and Dragon went the way of Light. That is soul completed, and Weibo are trying to fight this one out. Look at Light go. He's flashing. He's dashing. He's looking for his angle, but it's JDG that take the team fight. They lose the soul, and they only get 2 kills off it. Maybe a third one, but now you're taking a sustained fight into Tien, who wants to get back a little bit of gold. Here comes
Light is
on
here.
the back end with the smite play. He's beautifully sniping the line, and Xiaoxu's gonna get taken. Oh, he misses the Q in the end, but he still gets the kill. Weibo find a way in the end to almost completely ace JDG 25 minutes in.
A fight that would have been perfectly acceptable if you didn't just give over Ocean Soul to Xinjiao Yorick and are completely unable to beat them on the front of this fight. It's another big win for Weibo, even though it looks a lot more chaotic. Nice effort from JDG, but the Baron now going down for Weibo. Not only do they have Ocean Soul, not only do they have Baron, they have control over the entire map. I think we're looking at a game end that could be very, very near. But as this Dragon goes down, this is a phenomenal flank from Zhuo. I think in a lot of different circumstances, this could be massive. He knocks Crisp into the entire team, gets the knock-up in onto everybody. The stolen ultimate, man. Yes. I mean, it's just so huge. Crisp has been massive throughout this entire game, but once again, ends up coming in clutch. Isn't able to get the bailout on anybody, but look at Tien in the middle of this fight. He's just healing through all of this damage. You cannot kill him. They spend so many resources to get on Light, and Pays is chunked out from Breathe. At this point, you've got a full health Yorick and an Ocean Soul Xinjiao. You have no way to kill. Scout goes for the miracle play, but there's nothing to gain, and Weibo end up cleaning everything up on the back end. A snipe coming in from Light. He gets his revenge from earlier onto the Scion as well, so you know, even something that looks yeah, this is exactly why you pick it, for sure.
And this is also why you pick it. Jewel's gonna get caught on the back end of it. Now TP, or at least the flank coming in from Tien. He wants this angle. He wants to make Wind become lightning one more time. The flash play on the Shun. He tries to get the big impale play, but the hostile takeover hits again. Shun going low, going down. Now the Atacon is starting to explode all over everything. And Weibo, they want to finish this game strong. They have the Baron buff. They have all the strength in the world. And they're about to make a mark on this matinee series against JDG.
Weibo Gaming control every second of this series and prove that anyone who's doubting them as a real threat here in the LPL needs to reevaluate as they go in for the kill shot. Oh my God.
Please give Crisp the MVP, give him everything, pay him all the money, because this Renata was disgusting. It might not have 100% KP, but you just look back to that Dragon play and that perfectly timed hostile takeover as Zwo goes in for the big play, the big redemption moment for JDG, and it did not matter. Weibo, they've borne their fangs. Xiaohu might start looking like a saber tooth after all, and they're looking to finish this season strong against JDG as they start off their back-to-back series with a 2-0.
Utter domination. I think that is a fair way to categorize what we just saw on the Rift here today. JDG looked lost, they looked indecisive, and Weibo Gaming looked like they had a clear direction, and that direction was straight to the Nexus. I mean, they steamrolled through JDG at every available opportunity here, and I hate to say it, Mazel, I hate to get excited for Weibo Gaming, but I might have to start.
And I hate to be heartbroken by JDG time and time again. I'm such a fan of the story of a lot of these players, and we have some new faces as well, but when you have this much experience and you're seeing some trivial issues, I feel like in a lot of ways, it is just heartbreaking. And I hope we can see a better version of JDG tomorrow. Maybe we get 3 games, but it was a bit of a whimper today for sure. And I think all props to Weibo and the prep they had coming into this series.
I mean, you have to give them credit. You have to give them, props for understanding, like, hey, JDG, a team that might want to sit on their heels a little bit in the early game, might want to play these, Silas Sivir comps, so they might want to play Rumble and, try to scale into the late game with Galio, and you want to punch that. You want to take advantage of it. Weibo had the scouting report locked in, and it really benefited them here today.
God, it has to be crisp, right? They're not going to give it to Tien, right, K-Man? Don't.
I'm with you.
Don't do it.
I'm with you. I'm right here with you. I'm willing to give a consolation. I'm willing to say Tien is player of the series and Crisp is player of the game in game 2.
I can appreciate that. I like that. I like where your head's at. Yeah, the typical. I know we talked so much about the mid lane matchup. I think it was super important. But I think the undercurrent to that was this jungle matchup, and I know we alluded to that a little bit in the first draft at least, but it's been one of my favorite matchups to watch over the last couple of years of the LPL, Tien versus Sun, but this didn't look like that same kind of matchup that we had grown to love between the two, and definitely was a bit one-sided in that way, which feels bad. But, enough negativity as Weibo Gaming looking very strong in that 2-0, upsetting my expectations of the day of a 6-game day, but nonetheless looking like they could just make that run. This is a team that knows this position, right? They finished 7th just last split, had to go into that playoff play-in, found success there, and while maybe the run didn't last as long as they wanted it to, they ended up finding success through that kind of multiple pressure point setup going into that playoff play, and I think they're finding themselves in the same position this time.
They play side lane so well. I think that's really kind of the driving force for everything Weibo does. That was their, as you said, their big win condition last split. They've certainly not gotten worse in that regard. I think if you give this team, options to be able to draft something that has a ton of map pressure, there are very few teams in the LPL that can deal with that consistently, even just from a talent level perspective. So, excited to see Weibo, and, hopefully they can keep this up going into playoffs. Yeah,
and with that, they do secure 5th seed, so they will be facing off against Ultra Prime. And it's going to be something they're very happy about with that one, to hopefully have a good crack at Ultra Prime, who are definitely the easiest of the prey that's sitting there in Group Nirvana. But JDG going to have a lot to work forward from this one. And I think when we go back through, we'll get to take a look at some key moments that I really want to hone in on. But I think there's a lot of really good setup, a lot of really good team play in the fights from Weibo. And it's all set up. We have to talk from the very beginning. And the Exodia level draft that they got in game 2, like Xin Zhao makes it that far into a draft in a game number 2. They were able to get every piece you possibly see in the bans in like every game and every other series that we have in the LPL, and it set them up for success for sure.
It feels pretty impossible in a game 2 on red side to get Xin Zhao, Varus, Renata. Like, that just feels like something that shouldn't be allowed to happen, and yet Weibo, we're definitely the beneficiaries of that. We called it out, even in draft. Like, that is, a ridiculous sentiment. I think JDG are going to need to go back into the drawing room for that, as we see the gold graph and the damage charts come up on the screen. Oh,
he did more than 10K this time, K-Man, all right? Should my go.
Yeah, unfortunately for Shun, a little bit more than game number 1. Unfortunately, still a little bit less than most of the rest of his team, but I'd love to see the healing graph on Tien, honestly, throughout this game. That's the one I'm interested in because, I mean, that was the real problem. Yeah, just absolutely impossible to 42% of his team's damage this game coming in from the Xin Zhao. You know, Crisp obviously facilitating a lot of that with the Renata, obviously really helping to keep him alive and kind of push him forward. But Xin Zhao Renata combo in game 2 on red side, I think you just kind of tilt your head to that.
This, like, every time you're gonna see so many clips like this where Tien is literally living with nothing. And honestly, if that works out a little bit differently and he waits a second to get the kill and gets the bailout health, this, like, it still becomes absolutely dastardly here. But there's one play in particular I'm looking for. It's that big flank by Duo trying to get that big play and that hostile takeover that came out immediately in the buffer zone of that headbutt pulverize. But time and time again, I mean, you look at moments like this, you're like, what the hell are you doing, Tien? And he's doing exactly what he needs to do. Like,
oh my
is that just
God.
a world champ buff diff? What, like, what? Like, I don't know, man. There's like a plus 10% damage when Crisp and Tien link up.
All I know is that if that happened to be in solo queue, I would be. I mean, that's a /FF. I'm ready to go. I am out of there.
That's a hover your mouse over uninstall League of Legends moment. Like, that's,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's how that works? That's how that works?
It's just completely
This moment. He's literally, it's buffered perfectly. Like, denies all of the follow-up into that 3-man beautiful flank. The fact that Zhuo was unseen in that fight completely, I mean, that's a huge fall from Weibo in terms of not having that man marking, but to still have the counterplay, I just think that was a little bit telling of what this series was as a whole for Weibo.
I mean, this Zhuo smurfed this fight, and honestly, he was pretty good throughout a majority of this game in terms of the way he was finding engages. Maybe he was a bit disconnected at times from the team, but I mean, only so much you can do at the end of the day. Light just taking a moment to style on.
Observers, what are you doing? Oh my God. Can't make one backwards arrow. You can't do one backwards arrow in this world, man. God.
Honestly, I think it was for style points. I think at that point he was just like, who cares? Who even needs the arrow? I'm playing on hit Varus. I'm just auto attacking. I'm standing here. So
yeah.
You know, it was incredible stuff. Weibo was just, they snowballed the game so hard out of control after the early portions and the moment you get some of those Ocean Dragons, because remember, it's not just Ocean Soul, it's 2 Ocean Dragons and Ocean Soul that you stack on top of each other. Yeah, this game was looking doomed.
That's what enabled Light to come back into that fight from before he healed up like a decent chunk of his health. But what a first series we had. It's the first of 2 between the 2 teams we'll see in the next 24 hours. Really hoping that JDG can pull a rabbit out of the hat for that second one and have a little bit of a different take this time around. Maybe think about those draft bans a little bit more. And, you know, giving Pantheon in first game and giving Xin Zhao in second game Tien, maybe stay away from that too. Lessons learned, K-Man. But as we get ready to give over that MVP again, I think Crisp had a mega impact, but it's that synergy between that support and jungle that we've seen so much work out across the LPL, across this meta as a whole, but especially with these 2 guys being reunited, it's nice to see. And of course, the spotlight goes on to the man that's in front of everybody. Nobody thinks about the PAs. Nobody thinks about the people behind the scenes. Crisp got robbed in broad daylight or nighttime if you're in the United States.
Yes, Crisp had a phenomenal game. You know, I think it's a little tough to argue with 95% KP, 42% damage percentage.
Hey, man, I'm arguing.
Hey, you know, I'd like to say we all won
in
here
every
today.
one of those fights if Chris doesn't save his ass. That's all I'm saying. Chris, you're robbed. I got to meet Chris one time. He's a really cool guy. And smiley face from the producer, Rare Adam, because he knows. And if you're a knower, you're a knower. But that is it for our first series. That does mean we get to go on to our second series a little bit earlier than I expected. But this one should be a lot of fun too. I'm wondering what version we get, if Game 1 Andes are going to come out in style for both sides. And we'll see exactly how that works out here, because we'll be moving on to that WE versus AL series and see if AL can put down WE one more time, or if WE finds a little bit of magic. We'll be back after a short break for that second series. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man. We're getting into our second series of the night. We aren't anymore going to see a one half of the matinee special. This is the real deal. This is the final series for both teams in the regular season, and they have very differing trajectories going forward from this series. It is Team WE taking on Anyone's Legend, and if we go ahead and take a look at this WE roster, it has been a split of ups and downs. They are striving to be as good as their Split 2 versions of themselves, and especially with all the changes that have come through, and trying to reach that promised land of the playoffs further down the road.
Yeah, that top 4 finish definitely feels like forever ago now in terms of how the LPL has gone this split for them, but they still have a lot of the pieces that ended up making them great, even performing, in similar fashion. I think Monkey, Vampire have had some pretty decent performances. It's all really just about getting a complete performance from the team, which I think has been lacking, but has been shown to be possible.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, we've seen it's been like shades of the moon. In some ways, there was the Taeyun moon, where it was literally hard carry from Taeyun in so many games. The Karis moon, where sometimes it shows out, but Monkey also has been such a big point of pressure for the team and something they really, really like to play around, and honestly give him a ton of resources in do or die games, which they found themselves in a ton of the time here throughout. Or looking at it, they've had 10 series go to 3 games out of the ones they've played so far in the split number 3, and I'm wondering if they could work a little bit of that today against one of the would-be top dogs of the LPL here in Split 3 itself.
They're going to need it. I think Monkey is the one player you're looking at and saying, okay, that's your engine. He's driving the car. He's operating the machinery in terms of where this WE team ends up going. I think for better or for worse. We've seen multiple mid games where Monkey has, been a bit more inconsistent, maybe not been in the right place at the right time, looking for too much. But the talent of Monkey has been clear, basically from day one, even going back to the EDG days. And it's really just about, can you unlock that? AL's not a perfect team on the other side of this. They've had their own sets of problems. WE is good enough to be able to take advantage of that if they can get the right players in the right spots.
Yeah, they absolutely can. I think you see a little bit of that synergy come through. I mean, obviously some of the pieces have been trying to work together for some time, but you've seen some standout moments from multiple different pieces. It's just about pulling that all together at the same time. I think if they give themselves some breathing room with the drafts, like you see here, where Monkey gets a Pantheon that really enables the way that they want to play, but that is going to be a bit of a different story tonight. I feel like against AL, it's going to be struggle bus city to try to get any kind of control in the jungle, and I'm really putting a spotlight on Monkey tonight to grab that standard, that flag for WE, and kind of run forward with it, because they really need some of that consistency tonight if they're going to take down AL.
It's necessary. If they're not going to be able to play through jungle, I think they're going to have a really hard time finding really any avenue into this series, because as much as I like pieces on the rest of this roster, I can't say it enough. Monkey really is the guy for WE. He's the main character. He's, the one that stands out in all of their wins. And if he can start playing on that front line and really start pushing forward, things can happen, because, I've got a bit of an LPL English take. I think Monkey is a year away from winning an MVP award. I think we're looking at a player that's so close to being right at the upper echelon. You get slightly more consistent players surrounding him, whether that be here on WE or anywhere else. You could be looking at a player that, talent-wise, could be right up there with a player like Tarzan next year.
Okay. Well, just pulling back the curtain a little bit, we have a couple takes from you here, Sood. This is the one I agree with the least out of the two, because I think there's a lot of hopium in players like Monkey, but I put all my hopium in the Milky Way not that long ago, and look what that paid me out. So we got to see if they can test themselves against the crucible that is the LPL, if they can stay consistent in that fashion, because I think that's the most difficult thing. But Monkey has the building blocks of an extremely talented and lethal jungler in the LPL. But AL, they don't care. This is a team that has been ramping up big time. A team that definitely had a bit of an international hangover coming into the split, but they have been on one. And I think it's been coming from multiple positions. I primarily look at Tarzan and Kyle, who have kind of picked up the slack as of late, and hope right there with the late game carries.
Yeah, I think they've really needed the back end of their schedule to be the way that it is. Quite a few get-right series going into playoffs for this AL team. It never really felt like they gelled in the same kind of way, but there's so many players to highlight that it's difficult to really narrow it down. I think you nailed it. Tarzan, Hope, I think they're really key pieces for what AL ends up utilizing on this team. Hope, arguably the most consistent follow-up in the entire league, with Tarzan really being the backbone of the team.
Yeah, and I think you can look to that as a lot of structure. Maybe ask a little bit more out of the solo lanes from anyone's legend, who, if you look at the last split and the influence that they had, it was impeccable. I mean, even in split number one, Flandra was having a tear of a top lane performance, and I think we haven't seen that as consistently as of late, and it started to ramp up. That's what we're trying to kind of focus on for anyone's legend, is they are starting to look like a dominant kind of macro-oriented team, and it's been a lot of the ways they've played through some of those team fight comps. But sometimes some of that lack of synergy is definitely there.
I think that's the concerning part. This is a team that honestly is full of players that have, built a lot of time and played a lot of games together. They've played more than any other LPL team so far in 2025, and yet you're sitting here wondering, like, are they all on the same page? Is the communication correct? And even bringing 3 players back from last year, it just feels like something's a bit off right now. And I think, they've had a couple of series in the past couple of weeks that have really helped to kind of bolster that confidence back in them, but they're going to need all of it, because I think right now the LPL is competitive, and AL is not just going to waltz their way to a title nearly as easily as they did in Split 2.
Yeah, I think a big impact to when we see them very confident, which I do feel like this team plays very much better off of confidence. It has been a link up of Kyle. I know it's somebody that we've really been harping on this split, because I think he deserves a lot of that spotlight. And I know we have a take from you where we're talking about Kyle being the most consistent support in the LPL across 2025. And you might talk about some of the performance we've seen from other players on the team itself, but if you look at that kind of impact that Kyle has had, not only on the meta of the LPL, where he's been bringing in some unique picks along those lines, I agree. I think this is the take that I agree with the most. Kyle has been, one of the top dog support players in the LPL so far this entire year.
Yeah, I certainly think if you're looking at the year as a whole, looking at 2025, Kyle has an argument to be right up there with anyone in the world in terms of what he's been able to create for anyone's legend. It's really been a breakthrough year for him. And, I know a lot of people kind of saw this coming, but I don't think anyone expected it to be this good. If he shows up, I mean, the team's going to be fine. Like, it really does come down to that. He has that kind of pull on the game. He's so good on playmakers and engagers that if he can get him in the right spot, he's going to make life easy for your team.
Yeah. Make sure you go scan that QR code you just missed there and get your LPL All-Pro votes in. We only got a couple days in. Shout out to Kelsey Moser for the take and stuff, at least for Kyle. And I got to say, he's our little mini Carrier. Not as good as Carrier. I think Carrier still deserves that kind of heads above everybody else. But, he's our Carrier at home, if you will. And I, for one, am a very big fan of generic Carriers, because Carrier is damn good. So we'll see if he can have that influence tonight. I think he's going to be super impactful in the way that, the picks come out through him as well, but that synergy of what kind of combinations they want to go with to really enable Tarzan. I think this game number 1 is going to tell us a lot of the pace of this best of. I do wonder if we get a little bit more of that mud flinging that we got in game number 1, or if the story of the dueling game 1 Andes is going to rear its head here anywhere.
Yeah, hopefully we get a little bit more control over the game 1 draft, because I think that there were quite a few things that just went awry in game number 1 in the previous series. I mean, Tarzan's Pantheon cannot be let through. That has to be a must ban. We need to see that taken off the board for WE, or again, like AL probably need to ban it on red side here. So, it's one of those things where we'll see what ends up getting through. But as we enter into draft, I think they heard me a little bit.
A little bit. W are going to be on the blue side. They ban away full jungle pressure. Pantheon Trundle. It is going to be the Azir banned, at least on the red side, by AL. They also ban away the Skarner. 3 jungle bans already, and you can see where we are all focused. That jungle matchup, super important. Both teams love to play off the momentum that their junglers can bring them. We do end up seeing the Nico as the final ban for WE on that blue side.
No free playmaking allowed for Kyle, as we just talked about him being such a pivotal piece. I think it's really interesting what AL end up choosing to ban here. Varus on the board, something that WE would be very happy to pick up. It's been Taeyun's most consistent pick for sure over the course of this year in terms of his just raw performance. So we'll see if that ends up getting let through. But other power picks are also available. I was going to say Talia also left up to try to play that macro game. So kind of a tough position for AL, but they opt in to taking out the mid laner and letting through the AD carry.
I will say, I don't really like the matchup, but Yunara's up. Yunara's available. Let's see if that what kind of pick they want to give Hope. Hope looking to be that team fight carry, as they already give a very strong mid-jungle duo to Tarzan and Shanks with the Annie setup tool in the mid lane and the Wukong skirmish priority for Tarzan.
This has really been their go-to duo when they don't have access to one of those really aggressive junglers early on. They want to make sure that they have that set up for someone else to be able to carry, Hope in particular, to have that hyper carry threat on the bottom side of the map. But WE, once again, just answering with, strong picks in the meta. Okay, you don't want us to have macro threat in Talia. We're going to have it in Gallia. We're going to have a Rumble on the top side. Like, you have to, invest resources into answering the damage that we're putting in at the end of this game. Varus Rumble can be a very scary duo to deal with damage-wise, but we'll see if AL wants to go for the more aggressive counter or perhaps maybe one of the safer ones.
And we saw a little bit of that, maybe foreshadowing to it in that first series. But here, going to have a very heavy team fight focus for WE. It's going to be the Aurora locked in for AL for Flandra, so they will have some of that pressure onto that Rumble on the top side. We saw what happened last time these two champs met there.
Quite scary to have, Aurora plus a ton of engage. Never a good feeling on the other side of the matchup, but as long as you can stay the course and get an AD carry or a support, I should say, for your AD carry that can help out the Varus stay a little bit safer, things should be fine. Jungle bans coming out from the side of AL, just wanting to take away the big options, the engage options here for Monkey. We talked about it extensively. This team is so much better when Monkey gets to be the go button, gets to go forward. Things like Jarvan need to be taken off the board. Xin Zhao, I imagine, is going to be a pretty big priority to take off the board. The Yunara, as you stated earlier, going to be the answer as well with AD carry.
I'm sad. I'm sad. I was hoping to see the Yunara. But yeah, Xin Zhao doesn't get banned here. I mean, it's just going to be an auto pick for WE. Maybe something, okay, it's the Olaf, the monkey Olaf that he usually saves for a pivotal game. Game 3s. Yeah, they are going to ban that one away this time around. So Xin Zhao should be the pick for WETBH. And we'll see what the final pick is going to be for WE in terms of the bans. And it's the Sivir. So hyper focusing onto Hope in that second phase.
Yeah, you don't want to let him get a hyper carry in this comp. You have damage coming in from the Aurora, the setup coming in from Wukong and Annie. You're probably going to get some sort of engaged support as well. You can't allow him to just completely dominate the game, but there's so many options. Things like Corki, Kaisa, Xayah, all of them are still on the board for Hope to pick up here. And all of them, I think, would be great fits. It's really just about the comfort, and looks like he wants to go for the artillery.
I like it, because you also have that insane shred if they try to fight you face-to-face, and that's a lot of what WE are looking at here with the compositional strength that they have. They want to all kind of pile in together and take those fights front to back in a lot of ways. I think Xin Zhao is the obvious choice here, but it's more so that next pick that's going to be there, the unlocking factor that Vampire is going to have for this comp.
Yeah, we will see. It's actually the Poppy lock-in that ends up coming in. Still Poppy? A flex. Yeah, still a flex here. Could go either way for Monkey or Vampire.
Where's
I think it would be really strong for both. We will see here.
Because that means it has to be banned. Depending on what side selection looks like next time around, whoever loses this first game. And Xin Zhao is going to be heavy prio. It's the Nautilus, so it's Poppy Jungle for Monkey. And we'll see what that final answer is from AL with the counter pick support.
Rel feels very obvious here as a finisher to this comp. It would perfectly combo off of the Wukong and the Annie setup more for the Corki. I will say, I'm a big fan of Poppy, and I think this is a real good game for that champ. So as long as you can put her into a good position, Monkey's going to have the opportunity to really be that guy that we talked about in this game. Maybe not quite on the diver, but more on the kind of creator in that same kind of way. He's still going to have a lot of attention put on him, and with that Rel coming in as the final answer, plenty of tools to disengage from.
So I got to ask you, at least from these drafts, we put so much onus on the jungles. How do the teams play around their junglers? Because it feels like we do have skirmish potential between the two of them. So I guess we'll start with WE. What does the Poppy want to do with this comp in a lot of ways?
Poppy wants to utilize these solo lane advantages that you're almost certainly going to have, at least as we go further along. Rumble should be able to have that pressure early on into Aurora, and I think Galio should as well. The engage has to be first from not only Poppy, but from the Nautilus. Those two need to link up, and luckily Vampire and Monkey have really been the duo for WE to push things forward. I think if you separate the game plan here, even with Galio being able to make that heroic entrance, it's going to be difficult to have that combat power. AL, much more straightforward. If you can get to the late game, your setup is so clear, it's so clean, and you have so much more damage with that shred coming in onto multiple tanks. You know, I think their win condition is easier, but WE definitely still have options.
Yeah, WE have a lot of options as time goes on, as those objectives come into range. And it's all a lot of pick potential on the side of AL, which in a setup like this, when you feel like you're the better team, that can breed a lot of confidence here, K-Man. I said AL love to thrive off that confidence, but it's the final series for both these teams in the regular season. We talked about the different trajectories. WE looking to repeat or do better than their run in Split 2. That playoff play-in victory, getting into the playoffs. All that is ahead of them in that gauntlet. And AL, they're trying to hone that edge for the playoffs themselves. One of the top 4 in Group Ascend, now taking on one of the bottom 4 in the final series for both. WE versus AL, game number 1 starts now.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
I told you, Mazel, we were ramping up for series number 2 with the chance. We got some active crowd members here for game 2 as Monkey gets chunked out a little bit, but really going to be looking at where exactly the jungle pressure goes early, because again, I think that there's so much onus on Monkey to make plays around the top side of the map and around these solo laners that if you can't get that advantage, it's going to be quite scary, but they can't even get the ward down right now.
They can't. We are just full-on chaos here, and I like it. As we do end up having that latent vision play going down. Wanda. And there's the big death wall here. Shakes was able to get the stun going. He's going to get a little bit of damage. So this wave state's going to be tough to deal with for Karis. We are going to see the opposite side starts for both junglers. It's going to be Monkey starting on his wolves here as the 2v2 and bot side forces the flash out of Tayud and the heal out of Vampire. The flash was burned by Kyle, and he does only have about 200 health.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good trade for WE, but they do burn the flash on the Varus, and that's a very important tool for the early game. Could impact exactly where these junglers need to go, but the hook lands.
They get the hook! Kyle getting so low, but they don't want to overextend. They don't want to risk the amount of damage that Hope can do. The Gatling gun. So WE gonna play off that setup, and the push ends up coming through for AL. Get the back off with Kyle. Oh, he actually wasn't gonna get hit by that. He got
interrupts
scared.
his back for nothing. He got scared a bit there. Monkey also here on the bot side. The pings are coming down. Monkey wants to pressure this.
This has been such a weird clear for Monkey, but I kind of like it. He's gonna get the flash out of Hope though. But Monkey went from wolves to chickens to Krugs, and now maybe looking at getting some division going. No buffs secured by Monkey this early.
Yeah, he's going for the 0 buff clear here on Poppy.
That's
Certainly
wild.
An
I don't think I've ever
decision
seen that.
as he goes to his red now. He's going to be really delayed. He's actually not. He's going straight to the top side. No red. Who needs it? He's just going to be clearing up. You know, not a jungle player myself, and so I can't speak on the effectiveness of the no red Poppy clear, but certainly going to be a choice here for Monkey.
Dude, I feel like he's just walking around forever. He's going to get the Gromp now. He's going to start this one. But again, this is a position where he can play a little bit laid back. They do have a comp that really thrives in those later objective contests. But it's a bit of a situation like we've seen in the previous series where you don't want to necessarily give full decision-making priority to AL, a team that will absolutely rip the game away from you. And Tarzan will find out the info that Monkey still has not taken a single buff. He's going to get this blue.
Though.
Monkey is in the bush. Tarzan a little bit wary. Did have move from both mid laners. Monkey going to try to contest over the Scuttle Crab. As the blue buff does end up resetting, Monkey doesn't even get into range, and Tarzan's like, what are you doing here, bro? You're too small to be in this fight, in this conversation. We'll have Tarzan moving back down towards bot side with Monkey finally picking up his blue buff.
Tarzan's a full level up on Wukong right now. He's up 10 CS, and obviously that will get equalized at least a little bit here, but this is a huge lead for Tarzan that he's been able to generate. Monkey going for this unique, clear option. He's not even level 4 yet. He will get it off of the Wolves here, but Tarzan very much ahead in pressure. We'll see how he utilizes it. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. We'll see if he wants to put more attention here on the bot side now with no summoner, or at least no flash onto Taeyun.
And for the audience, if you want a perfect PR answer to what you're seeing on your screen, just copy what K-Man just said. Anyways, we're going to be getting into it now. It's going to be the Dreadline connecting from Vampire onto Kyle. Kyle gets hit by the piercing arrow as well, but Hope still a dangerous doggo in this bot side. The crash will come through in favor of WE though.
Yeah, it's definitely still a good spot for WE's bot lane. They are generating a pretty big lead on their own. 12 CS difference with Taeyun crashing that in, so certainly got to feel good about that Varus pick going over on blue side, at least for now. Really the question is, what can you utilize him for in the early game? Do you want to play for that dragon? Do you want to try and get that prio bot side, or are you going to use that 6-minute timer on the top side to try and get those grubs? Will be kind of the determining factor here for WE.
Yeah, a little bit of that push and pull on the bot side. I was wondering if AL wanted to go for the earlier dragon. Won't be the case. Bush play coming through. They connect the Dreadline onto Hope. Hope does Valkyrie away and burn the barrier. Still gets the piercing arrow to the booty. And that'll be Taeyun and Vampire getting the push in the bot wave, using this pressure to move over with Monkey.
Oh, they are looking for a dive here. Unfortunately, Taeyun is, or Hope is going to be able to get his back off, and Kyle is going to spot it out. So at least I thought he was. He could still be in danger here. He's going to be just fine. He's going to be able to crash down, get that shield. Not going to worry too much, but not really a ton to play for. It's just going to be a big wave loss for the Corki. So big CS lead now for Taeyun.
Look at this map state right now. You just had Cube TP top side. That is going to be the bot lane switcheroonie for AL over into this matchup. And Taeyun's going to walk bot side, so we're going to have a bit of wonky lane setup right now.
Yeah, this is definitely an indicator to me that WE is more concerned about stacking these dragons and making sure to keep the Varus in as strong of a position as possible to take advantage of this Aurora rather than compete over the grubs. But you never know, still a minute and a half away from that objective. But with Tarzan on the bot side, it's going to be hard to really pressure this dragon out, at least for now.
Yeah, Cloud Dragon. I do like me an early Cloud Dragon. Still a bit of that XP differential right now, and I think that might come to bear here soon because Tarzan should hit level 6 off this next camp, and Monkey's not going to be close to it. Dragon looks like it might get started up by WE because they have prio. Meanwhile, AL making a 2-for-1 play, at least 2v1 play in the top side to get on the Cube. And it looks like the vision game strong with WE. They were able to get so much vision around that dragon pit.
Definitely the setup you need to have if you're going to expend your one strong part of the map on the bot side here with the Varus, but we'll see how that ends up going for Cube on the top side. We'll have that ultimate available in about 5 seconds, so shouldn't be under too much threat in that particular area. Right now, Tarzan just clearing his camps up to the top side. I imagine that 30-second grub spawn is really going to be the priority for AL. See how many resources they want to invest in it.
Yeah, see a little Dreadline go wide in bot lane. But there is a bit of a CS differential in mid lane starting to develop, but as well as countered by Taeyun in the bot side for WE. How long we're going to be willing to stick in these bot lanes. Okay, TP finally going to come through. It is going to be Vampire joining this top side, try to stave off the 2v2 as Grubby is going to be started up by Monkey. See if Tarzan wants to come over and ruin that.
Yeah, Varus is just walking up from bot lane here. The rotation comes in quite slow, but it ends up really working out for WE as there's no real major force coming in from AL. It does feel like they're just giving this over, which is quite surprising to me. But with all that vision on the bot side, WE know they can take this for free, and it looks like it's going to be 3 grubs donated over to blue side.
Okay, well, that is a decision for sure. With a comp that loves team fighting, loves to scale into the moment, it's going to feel really good for WE. What do AL try to get off the back of it? Do they try to get this dragon stacking going? We're already pretty deep into that timer. Shank's going to get engaged on. Tibbers instantly onto Karis. Going to take a brunt of damage on the back end of it. I was just feeling pretty zealous there. As both junglers are going to take their backs going through.
Yeah, I think Annie definitely has the pressure early in this laning phase, but things get very easy for Galio the moment that he starts building some MR. He's got that Spectre's Cowl completed.
Yeah.
This is going to become difficult for Annie to really do anything in for the rest of this laning phase, and I think that's going to open up Karis to really be able to move around the map. Perhaps that was the fear for AL in that exchange, was just the heroic entrance, but once again, it's just free pressure going to WE. Lead's still there for Tarzan. I think that's the notable thing. The Wukong's still in a strong spot, but yet to utilize it.
Yeah, we have to utilize about a half level over Monkey in general. I mean, getting close to that Trinity Force as well, but it's so funny. Like, this AL team, man, it has been a literal roller coaster of a Split 3. Going from the international hangover that we saw, a lackluster performances. We're wondering if they kind of ever touched League of Legends before, which we know they had. To moments like this where we see them now on a maybe not all good, but 5 games that have just been sweeps in 2-0s. I know it's something that we're actually very interested in for AL, where they've adapted from that kind of long series, 3-gamer, dragging it out, finding a little bit of fumbles, to either being extremely clean or having some fumbles themselves.
Yeah, I think AL have wanted some early days, and I think the reason is because I think they have a much clearer playstyle, but it's not necessarily a more consistent one. I think we're seeing it a bit here in game number 1, where they're happy to give over objectives if it means that they can start to generate a gold lead for themselves. You can see that in the jungle, you can see that in the mid lane. They don't feel the need to keep pressuring, you know, a lot of these map states if they can get more gold in lanes because of their setups. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We'll see how it ends up working out for them here, because I'll be honest, I am a bit concerned with them giving over those grubs for free.
And when we find ourselves on the precipice of the end of the regular season, it's when you really got to get your ducks in a row. AL are trying to figure out exactly what the powerhouse structure for them looks like. Feels like they've had some good draft gaps as of late. This one going to be a little bit topsy-turvy here, as we do see redeploy from Taeyun up towards top side. Should signal us away from that bot side focus, even though Dragon is still up and available. Andra going to get all in by Cube here. Should be ran down. Is just going to be escorted back to his turret.
Yes, this is the problem with, you know, trying to kill Aurora. She just is very slippery in terms of how that goes. Rumble should still be able to shove that wave out and really have first push and first move to most places, but with teleports available for both top laners, you're starting to see some items, you know, at least get close to coming through for these main carries. In fact, it will be the Poppy who ends up finishing that Sundered Sky first, with the Youmu's done here for Taeyun as well. So definitely a bit of a small spike for WE. We'll see what they can do with it, but gold, for the most part, not all that different.
And I'm not going to lie, Monkey's almost caught completely up in XP, which is hilarious to me, because in a world where WE actually do well in this game, number 1, there is also a world where we just completely forget about that crazy pathing early on.
Yeah. I think that's honestly to the detriment of Tarzan. I think that there were a lot of missed opportunities to take advantage of that lead that lasted for, you know, quite a while. I mean, there was a 5-minute period where it was difficult to take advantage, but now it's WE who's just walking up and taking Dragon for free. Now this Dragon's going to lose at least a bit of value because Soul is very delayed in this game, but still definitely a nice Cloud Drake to get for WE. And
that's what I find so interesting when we talk about the draft. Like, there are some scaling options for AL, but I mean, we put a little bit more emphasis on that for WE, and we talked about AL wanting to be proactive with some of the picks, especially this mid-jungle duo. How many picks you can find between the two is really strong, really good. They've been extremely reserved. They've been just hanging out, waiting for things to happen. That's full neutral objective control by WE so far.
Which is insane, as we see a bit of a trade here, because I think WE's only weak point in terms of their comp is their mid-game. They just don't really have a mid-game in terms of who they want to play through. Rumble and Varus need a bit of time to get to those major power spikes, and Poppy and Galio can't really carry fights in the same kind of way. And so this is the time to take advantage, and looks like AL's going to try, but this is protected from Vampire.
Vampire right around the corner. And with that heroic entrance being there, the tankiness will just be really hard to get through. Taeyun gonna be on this first item spike right next to Hope. Taeyun's trying to step up, maybe bait into this Chains of Corruption, knowing that Hope has no way out of it if he gets hit. No cleanse, no Quicksilver Sash, no nothing. You're not gonna find anything in that mid lane. It will be just a little bit of a saving grace here with the Rift Herald coming up in about 1 minute and 10 seconds. You see everybody coming up towards this top side, and that redeploy from Vampire for sure gonna be back up there.
hopefully Rift Herald a bit more successful than it was in series number 1 for the teams here today. But definitely a huge objective to try and get some gold in the pockets of your main carries. Gold is still completely even across the board because Taeyun has been able to maintain that 20 CS lead over Hope, and so if WE are able to keep pushing that forward, it could get really scary really fast with 3 grubs on top of it. You need to make sure to watch for that heroic entrance on top of a Poppy.
It's the double Trinity Force spike that maybe makes the difference. But a very relaxed game. I do wonder, with the 3 grubs, how much that really balloons WE's lead, because once you start getting these items, it's going to be much more difficult to approach these fights. We talked a little bit about how strong Poppy is into this comp. The reason why they went with Poppy over the likes of Xin Zhao, over the likes of other potential skirmish-heavy junglers, is because of how much lockdown Monkey can provide in the fights on top of everything else they have.
Yeah, I mean, the Poppy is huge for these fights, and especially if you can start getting some side lane pressure from the Galio that really forces these, weird number exchanges. Poppy can thrive at being able to pick off low resource and low mobility types of carries like Annie in the mid lane, so you really need to make sure that you don't let this Poppy get out of control. And once again, it's WE that, because of their vision setup and because of their pressure with the bot lane, is able to start up this Herald, see how much AL want to invest into trying to contest.
They're a little hesitant to walk in, but they're going to move Hope over with Kyle and Tarzan.
Teleport
TP coming in, but the Rift Herald's already going low. Dredgeline connects on a Kyle. He's in a little bit of trouble. Chains of Corruption on the back of it. All the CC chain you could ever ask for coming in through WE. TP comes in. Shanks tries to find it. Monkey flashes preemptively. Really nicely timed. And now Vampire can find an angle if he wants to. Trying to go for Shanks. Shanks sidesteps it. Does flash away from the wall bang. He's actually moving on him now. Tarzan finds an angle on the Vampire, but they left Taeyun. Taeyun flashes over back to the rest of the team. Luckily, WE still have strength in numbers, right? As Flandre tries to find an angle, goes for the double, and he ends up finding the twofold hex. And now Tarzan overextends himself. He gets taunted in the end. Monkey's going to try to chase him down, but it's the clone, guys! You targeted the wrong member! Keeper's Verdict going to come through, and Hope gets just gunned down, or I guess burnt down by Cube. And honestly, I feel like we're right back in that first series. It is a mud-flinging affair, and everybody's dying.
I don't know why I thought there was going to be an increase in lack of chaos, I guess, going into the second series. That was definitely not the case. I mean, so much happening in that exchange. But overall, I would say that's a huge, huge win for Team WE. Not only do they get the Rift Herald, but this fight is completely taken on their terms. And really, all of this setup is in their favor. They completely obliterate Kyle at the start of this fight, make it basically unwinnable from this point onwards. And the only thing that ends up really punishing them is that they continue to go forward. This could have been an easy 1-for-0 exchange with the Rift Herald, but the flash coming in. It's actually a really nice flash from Karis to just completely destroy Shanks. Tarzan tries to turn things on the back end, but Taeyun, with that flash, ends up still being able to get back to the rest of his team. Unfortunately, at this point, Wandra's a little too strong, and at that level 11, he's gonna be able to burst down your backline. Karis just not quick enough on the heroic entrance to give that shield, but Cube's still burning people down on the back end of this fight. So all in all, it just turns into an absolutely chaotic mess that ends up just, moving in multiple different directions and ends with WE winning as we get another fight over blue buff.
We're just going to keep going. Vampire misses the Dredgeline. Shanks outsteps him again. And we see the Rift Herald charge for the first time actually get the charge off on the day. Will be WE's favor there. Doesn't get the outer turret in the end. Karis getting low, at least getting threatened in that mid lane, but the Dragon started by WE. And I mean, they already have feats, but damn, 18 minutes in to have full objective control for WE. I'm not saying we're game 1 Andes for this squad, but maybe they are.
I mean, it's unbelievable map control from WE. They take the Dragon, they rotate immediately with their grubs down to bot lane to get this turret. I mean, everything on the map is theirs right now. AL are playing super reactively. They are going to be able to, take this turret on the top side, which is a nice get from them. I believe they got first turret, which is still pretty huge for AL to be able to burst that down. But once again, it's WE just continuing to push forward and grow their gold lead just a tad bit more.
We have hit level 11. So let's talk a little bit about the map state, because 2 Dragons going to feel really good. Full objective control for WE is going to feel really good. There are some breakpoints that are starting to get made for AL. A couple items, that evolution of the item for Hope, he is going to be a point of pressure.
I definitely think Hope is, you know, kind of the Hope and Flandra are going to be your two big pieces here to watch for AL, but my concern for AL is I think they've hit the strongest part of this comp as a whole with this mid-game, you know, one-item power spike with Tarzan and Shanks and even Kyle to an extent. I think the later this game goes, especially with the feats going over to WE, they're going to get quite strong with this Varus and Rumble. It's going to be up to Flandra utilizing this Aurora to target backline members and capitalize on the engage coming in from Tarzan to really set up good fights for them.
A little bit of vision is going to mean that Karis knows what's coming his way. Knows that there was going to be an answer up there, so back coming through from Tarzan. We get to that second item here. TP's going to come back out in the mid lane, and that will be Kyle trying to just get back onto the map, get some of this vision control under tow. But now we're getting to that second item point for WE, and this has been a crazy story for WE this entire year, right? Like I called it a roller coaster earlier. I think it truly has been. You can call it for both teams in a lot of ways, but this team has been all over the place in good and bad. And right now, I mean, they don't find themselves in a very positive place here in split number 3. But they gave some teams some runs for their money, man. And it just hasn't been a holistic put it together and finish the series for this squad.
I think that's really the frustrating part, is just how many wins they've gotten across this split. How many times they've beaten top tier teams only to walk away with a series loss. We'll see if they end up, you know, falling to tradition in this one, as they really are greeting to get this mid lane tier 1. They will be able to take it down, but fun little statistic. WE have as many game wins going into the day as Weibo Gaming did. They have more than JD Gaming did, and so this is certainly a team that you have to respect in the standings. And right now they're in a great spot to take game number 1, picking up that mid-game advantage.
Maybe it all spawns off the draft gap in game number 1, but really coming down to execution of the comps here so far. We did finally hit that second item coming through for WE, and that is going to be the edge of night for Taeyu. So trying to stay away from the potential all-in from Shanks, because all he does is needs to get one big combo, and Taeyu would fall. Dragon up in about 1:45, but we're still down here to posture around the Atacon.
Yeah, that's the objective here. It's Atacon. AL looking.
They saw that there was only 2 of them there, but they missed the play on the Vampire. Keeper Verdi going to bring 2. The wall bang right into Hope, or at least to take him out as well, straight to the brain. And that's going to be 2 quick kills for WE that leads into the Atacon. Tarzan going to go for a desperate play, tries to get Karis. The stun, the CC, Atacon kills him. Flandra gets the kill in the end, long distance style. And now Tarzan actually has an angle here. I mean, you've already lost Karis. He died with his heroic entrance down. Tarzan could get in here and try to steal this one. They're going to go in with the Between World. Flandre trying to put on his best breathe performance here, but he's getting taken down by Taeyu, who flashes on him. Meanwhile, Tarzan ends up finding the kill on the Vampire, but the Atacon gets reset a little bit. Monkey still in the vicinity. Do they still want to go for the 50-50? Got to remember, Cube has the TP. He can come back into the fight.
No way they stay here at this Otacon. This is so risky for both of these teams, but both Tarzan and Monkey trying to keep it from resetting. They want to keep it.
Oh my god. Okay, it's finally gonna read. They're like, both guys are finally like, all right, we're done with this forever fight. We're gonna walk away now. We'll come back later, and probably come back here pretty soon because Dragon's coming up.
What a play from Monkey. I hope we get a replay on that. Ask and I shall be delivered, I guess. But here we go. What an amazing start here. Kyle goes for the engage. It's immediately stopped here by Monkey, who just shuts down all of what Rel is doing. The Keeper's Verdict comes out, knocks 3 members out. The flash stun into Hope. He has single-handedly won this fight with 3 button presses. And at this point onwards, they can take down the Rel. They can take down the carry. And it's going to be difficult for AL to play that fight out. They do a great job to pull back. But now we are back to live, and the setups matter once more.
If Hope doesn't use his flash for something crazy here, I'm going to be really sad, because he definitely had time to flash when he saw what was coming there. He didn't do it. Now it is AL trying to stave off this complete control from WE. And their answers are coming up short so far. Dragon up, Atacon up, WE going to start up the first one of those. Force the hand of AL. They're in a very good position here.
This is a great setup for WE.
Oh, Tarzan! He just goes in on Taeyu. There's a heroic entrance in. It's going to knock up multiple, but they do end up getting the denial on that one. Tarzan now getting burned by the Flame Spitter. Magnet Storm into 3, but they don't have the damage. Hope and Flandre weren't there. You can't go in like that if you don't have your damage.
I was so taken aback by the engage because there was no one in the area to even try and follow up. Flandra getting stunned into the wall.
Now. No, I mean, WE are in a little bit of a pain point here.
They have no health
They do have
bars.
a lot of damage from range, and now TP coming in. They're going to come join
It's
as
Vampire.
well. It's going to be Vampire with the engage potential, and they're going to go right back to the Dragon. Kars is going to back. He can get back out on the map, but he's not going to have any tools to get there, but it doesn't matter. That third Dragon to WE, we're just rinsing AL right now.
This is what we were talking about. It's the disconnect coming in from AL. It's the lack of coordination. Tarzan finds a, in isolation, phenomenal 4 to 5 man engage, but no one is there to follow up. And now, when you're looking at the rest of this map, it's a terrible state for AL. But let's go ahead and see this replay. Again, he goes in and finds this great engage onto Taeyun. He's able to get a ton down, but look at where Flandra is. Look at where Hope is. There's no way to play out this fight. You're just 3-hitting Monkey and Kars the moment the Keeper's Verdict comes in to really separate the fight. Now the equalizer's dropped and the entire front line is burning for AL. There's no way to play this fight. It's continuing to create separation for WE. And it's just better execution and better coordination.
And maybe I'm not the biggest brain here, but there is no way in hell that one EQ combo from Wukong and one rocket from Corki ever kills Taeyun there. But they went for it anyways, and unfortunately they paid the ultimate price for it. But now, after the Dragon had gotten taken, WE are posturing around this Atacon. They're going to get the redemption and heal back to full, and here goes the dance once again.
Man, we are breaking out the music because the dance never ends. The vision isn't there. WE looking to try and posture. Tarzan looking for another angle, but look at where Flandra is. He's on the back line. He can get onto Taeyun. There could still be a way to win this fight. That Edge of Night putting in so much work for the Varus to keep him safe in these exchanges. And for now, it looks like Hope is just going to clear the wave, look for mid lane, and we're just going to continue to dance on the bottom side of the map.
We are. I think that Edge of Night is getting the most value out of any item in the game right now. Absolutely incredible buy, and we are seeing some of the fruits of that labor with WE finding consistent fights. But we still have to think about how they put a bow on this one, because it feels like there's something there. They have been so reserved, so relaxed in this game so far. You're wondering, are they going to wake up? Are they going to get into this one at some point? I think they have some ways to do that as long as the game stays within reach. But you're already down about 3,000 gold, starting to get out of grasp.
You certainly don't love being down in gold against Varus, Rumble, Poppy. Can be a bit scary. Monkey face checking, but he's Poppy, so he should be able to get away with it. Has the fruit to be able to heal up. At this point, it's just AL watching WE stand around these major objectives, neither side willing to take the full plunge. Tarzan knows if he goes in, he loses. WE knows that they don't have the freest engage in the world. We will see who ends up being the team to pull the trigger, because it could be the other team that ends up really benefiting from that exchange. But look at the gold lead being generated by Taeyun because of all of this time wasted. He's
And we're
up
just
to
watching each
2,000
other.
gold on his own.
Yeah, we're literally just standing around the jungle waiting for something to happen, especially from AL's side of things here. And that benefits the way that WE want to play. They have so much length of engage and so much joining power with their comp. AL trying to find some pushing pressure, but they aren't really going to find anything here. The arrow going to try to hit, but they go in onto Kyle. They get the flash play from Monkey. Kyle gets away with the crash. They do get a decent amount of damage back.
Shanks.
That second item spike, Shanks tries to find it. Heroic entrance coming in. They don't have a lot of damage now, though. Hope does have that evolution of his second item, but he still really needs that third. As they go fight for the vision, Kyle going to dodge out of the dredge line. Does miss his shattering strikes. And here's Flandra in the pit, waiting for an angle.
This is huge. No Tibbers for Shanks means that's one less engage tool, but WE don't want to risk it. They don't want to step up. It's exactly as I called it. Whoever engages just ends up losing, but the wave is crashing into mid lane, so overall at least a bit of a tempo lead for WE. But once again, there's so little tools to be able to fully capitalize. The team with the most engage in AL dies if they go in. The team that has great disengage is in the lead in WE and don't want to start fights. It's a very, very slow-paced, methodical game, and fortunately we might be in this one for the long haul.
And I love that we saw AL try to do a little bit of tippy-tap onto Atacon, see if they could force anything there. But we're about to have that next iteration of the Dragon conversation. And unfortunately, this one's going to be permanent, K-Man. as it could be an Ocean Soul for WE. How does AL combat this?
I think right now you have to find that Miracle Engage. What does this comp do at a high-end level? It plays around this Aurora and Corki. You need to make sure that you can get them in as good of a spot as possible. Flandra has 3 kills on the top side. This guy is really, really strong. You can somehow get him onto the backline. You can win any fight. WE have to be careful here still.
They're trying to reform ranks here. A lot of vision being played from WE. AL trying to move in, but they're just losing health bars. Taeyun has them in his sights. His Hope just does nothing to this front line already. See 1,300 damage already done by just a poke of Taeyun. AL trying to move in, but they're already at quarters of health bars. Redemption going to come out. As now they move in to try to get some of this vision. Hope has to play so aggressively. Look at Flandra. Look at Kyle. They're going for the double pincer maneuver. Tarzan looking for his own angle.
Vampire!
Oh, he's a little bit caught. Gonna have to flash out. Vampire tried to find Kyle. Now we're getting right back into stock standard 5-on-5 League of Legos. As I think Phil Collins might be wrestling around right now. Tarzan goes in. He's looking for the engage. Chains of Corruption comes right back onto him. Kyle tries to go for the counter on the Magnet Storm, but he's just getting bursted down. It's a front to back for WE that they love to take here. And now you've lost your front line. Dreadline goes a little bit wide. Shank's still waiting for this big trigger pull. He doesn't have flash, but he has the tippers. Hope getting some damage back down as well. Keeper's Verdict goes in. The flash from Cube kind of counter strike as now they go back in with the Hope play, but they go on to Hope and Hope dies. He gets a lot of damage back, and Flandra might be able to pick this one up. Flandra and Tarzan, the guys that AL brought in to be that leadership flagpole to come in, try to get Karas. He does end up going down. Tarzan coming over, and Shakes has made his way back. Taeyun, he's going to get ran down. It's a tippers. It's the damage done by Shanks, and he gets one back. It's a double kill for Cube, though, on the other end, and it is just blood across the rift. Shanks should get ran down by this combo. I don't know if he's going to be able to get a kill back. Does get the CC in there, and Tibbers is there, but it's not going to be to anything for AL as they finally all fall. WE find the advantage.
A lot to talk about there. What a massive rumble in that fight for Cube. The damage coming in from that champion was absolutely ridiculous, but honestly, the fight didn't look all too bad for AL considering how the setup ended up happening. For Hope getting, picked off here, I think we're going to see at the start of this fight, Tarzan ends up going in on Taeyun, does burn his flash early, which is massive. Even the Chains of Corruption not landing onto anything but the clone, but at this point, there's very little ways to go forward for AL. With Kyle dead, there's not really a lot of re-engage tools, and this Keeper's Verdict ends up being massive in just 1 second. From Monkey, the saving grace is that the equalizer goes wide, could be much, much worse, but no Shanks means no re-engage, no threat coming in from the other side. The hook landing onto Hope is massive. He does a ton of damage in return, though, which really does trade things a bit, and these low health bards get capitalized on at least a little bit, but just opens up the floor for this full health Rumble to take over the back end of the fight. So now you've got a Rumble to worry about on top of the fact that Taeyun... never mind. Bye, Shanks. See ya.
Okay, and then Tarzan just goes... AL are falling apart at the seams here. They're getting multi-different engages, but they're just falling apart. Hope is getting now ran down by the rest of WE. Flandra goes into the fight. Taeyun is down to Flandra. He does get the kill and tries to get back out. Tarzan now using his clone as a buffer, but gets dragged back to the depths to a double kill to Karas.
Well, I was gonna say it could have been worse for AL. That was the worst that it could have been, where you just get Shanks getting caught out and then Tarzan rage engaging to try and salvage the play. They are able to pick up Taeyun, who I believe had some sort of bounty, at least in that first fight, but that is a disastrous fight. Not only is it now Soul going over to the side of WE, but all that gold that you were able to generate is just gone. We'll see what happens here. He's just pushing the wave, no vision by himself. Like, just a huge mistake.
Well, a little bit of setup diff, a little bit of comp differential coming through here in favor of WE. And so far in this iteration of the New Age Tarzan, the musical, I guess I'm going to call it here, monkeys have definitely gotten the better of it.
Yeah, I think monkeys are, the king of the jungle is right now, being won by Monkey, but we will see how that goes. Otacon finally being taken after being danced over for the last 15 minutes.
For 20 minutes, yeah. Like that.
Hope was in the area. It would have been so funny if he stole it, but does go the way of WE.
But, like, how are we here? How are we in a game where WE have 100% neutral control over anyone's legend of all teams? Like, I am just flabbergasted.
Yeah, I mean,
know.
the way to improve is to work on these objective setups, because man, this has been nightmare for AL. Like, all of the stuff we saw at the beginning of the year from them in terms of their setups and the way that they controlled the map, especially from ahead, they've just not had that same kind of synchronicity in this third and final split. It still continues to be a problem.
As you know, hey, if you want to improve your game, go check out prodiff.gg. Maybe some lessons being handed down, as we do see a little bit of setup in this top side for the side of Anyone's Legend. Their pick potential is still good. And we do have 3.5 items on Hope now. Karis, unfortunately, he's the one that has the global. As the redemption comes through, ends up buying some time, but not going to be nearly enough. TP play coming in from AL. They know that they want to fast play this Baron, so WE are here to poke out, and Hope loses a massive chunk of his health as another redemption reigns. Monkey can't get caught here. Shanks was looking for a CC chain onto him.
Flandra on the flank.
Flandra goes invisible. Flandra tries to find an angle. Tarzan just trying to get Taeyun, but he goes over a board. He goes over Ham, and now he's trying to get back in with the Cyclone, but Shanks flashes in, tries to get the play. It does nothing. He's about to die. Tibbers also joins that, and Shanks does end up getting away with a little bit of help. Tarzan is out of the fight, so that means no jungle pressure there, and not going to lie, WE don't lose much but the summoner spells.
Once again, it's an insane call to peel off the Baron and re-engage when WE is posturing. I get that the poke is scary, but this comp is so good at playing backwards, and that's exactly what WE have been allowed to do in all of these fights. AL, though, now trying to set up and trying to push forward themselves. Teleport coming in.
Oh, that is a big TP, but it's going to be countered here. They go for the preemptive engage between worlds. Going to be pop.
Dead.
Monkey getting low. Can they get him down? Flandra goes to the other side with the between worlds. Karis has finally joined the fight, but now he's getting chunked too. This is what the Gatling gun is really for, as Shanks trying to build up the next stun. Hope is tanking as he's getting rockets back into the back of Vampire. Unfortunately, he gets flashed on, and Monkey goes in with a heroic entrance on the back of him, and they just pick apart AL. Flandra has no damage to put down, and now WE with the Ocean Soul, with the strength at their back, with the wind in their sails, they're looking for a Baron.
What a lot going on to talk about here as the fight's not even over. Of course, that equalizer goes wide. Tarzan could be the next threat, though. You need to get the jungler off the rift.
This is just a forever fight, this entire game. It's actually insane, and WE have just started taking advantage of it. They're losing bodies left and right. Tarzan just bought his GA, and it's already popped as soon as he gets out on the map. And WE get a double kill for their 8-0-9 top lane rumble for the Giga Chad Cube.
And he showcased that scoreline in that fight, you know, one equalizer notwithstanding in terms of where he placed it. But that was a great fight from Cube. He was super low health the entire time playing on Edge. Overall, it's just a massive masterclass coming in from WE, understanding exactly where their pressure comes in and taking advantage of every bit of damage that they have. They're going to get Baron from it. And now you're looking at a situation where, like, where do you even sit if you're AL? Where are you stopping this push coming in? The Varus can hit you from a million miles away. Exactly.
That's where you sit. Next game. That's where you go. It's been impeccable from WE so far, and honestly insane. For a team that has struggled in a lot of cases, this does look a little bit like the symptoms we've seen from them, where when they have a good momentum-based composition, they know how to pilot it, and they will drive teams into the ground. But it's about finishing a series. The series is much more than one game, and we are seeing dominance, at least in game number 1 for WE.
Yeah, the game 1 Andes living up to their title here today, at least so far. It would take a miracle for them to throw this lead at this point, but anything can happen here in the LPL as WE start their siege down mid lane.
They're just gotta win the game.
Noting that it's collapsing bot lane as well. You do still have Flandra pushing on the top side. I don't think he'll be there much longer.
Get a little bit of a bounty. They're going to lose so much for it, and they can even push for the Nexus turrets here. At some point, Flandra is going to need to stop rage splitting and come join the fight. They want to try to keep something going. They lose another turret, and that's going to be the tier 2 in bot side. Now, hovering over the inhib turret in bot side and taking down a Nexus turret in mid. Flandra finally quits his little escapades in the sides, comes to join the fight, but it might be too little, too late.
Yeah, it's a nightmare for an engage comp to feel like you can't go in, but here we go.
They go into Kyle. They do get the Chains of Corruption there as well. Don't get the second proc of it, though. But the next minion wave is coming in. The Baron buff still there for a minute and 20.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be tough for AL. Their last line of defense is crumbling.
Flandra's going to get taunted. Monkey's there. The final Nexus turret falls. Kyle decides he needs to go in. Heroic entrance on top of it all, though, and Kyle gets completely denied. Tarzan getting taken down by Cube in a solo bolo for the 9-0-10 top laner, and it is a WE masterclass in game number 1. AL, where have you gone? We don't know, but WE have taken your place, and game 1 is theirs.
Oh boy, Mazel, we are in for a good one here today. You know, I was getting a little bit worried after that first series that maybe, you know, gonna be a bit of a boring day. Not so much. WE striking first and striking fast in this series with a really dominant game 1 win. They really had control of the whole game and just kind of looked better.
And I'm pretty sure, I'm not going to fact check this, but I'm pretty sure there were 3 Tarzan movies. And, you know, this first one, it's all about the monkeys, baby. It's all about Monkey himself for WE and a team that is led by this guy, that finds so much success by running behind this guy, picks out the Poppy when Xin Zhao was available, and runs the map. I mean, runs it.
And that's with a level disadvantage throughout the entire early game.
Like, wackiest clear I've ever seen for a level 1.
Truly one of the most baffling things I've seen in Pro. He gave up an entire level for free in the early game and then just went and smurfed the rest of the game because he could. That's the monkey diff that you get for Team WE. And honestly, we wouldn't have it any other way. This guy is just absolutely terrific at being able to push things forward. This is a showcase that it's not just the carries. It's not just the, you know, the resource gatherers that he is good at. He can do everything at a really high level. This Poppy was massive towards setups, and even the mechanical execution of some of these fights just nearly perfect from him.
And I look at these moments, I'm like, man, WE, you put a series like this together and actually have it come to a close in a positive fashion. I think it feels so damn good. And especially with the kind of performance like this, when you're locking down AL completely across the board. And those kinds of moments, I mean, it actually feels so good for WE, who can use this to kind of springboard into that game number 2. I mean, I'm sure things are going to change up. I'm sure it's not going to be an easy task. But taking advantage of AL is no easy feat, and they had done so in game number 1, that's for sure.
They definitely did. And if game 2 is anything like game number 1, I mean, WE... You want to talk about a confidence booster? Like, taking down the defending champs would be a pretty big confidence booster. Now, I'm not going to freak out. I'm not going to panic. I've read this book too many times. I've been here. I'm not going to lose my mind. Game 1 Andes are very real in terms of how this could theoretically go, but I do want to give the credit where credit is due. WE just outplayed them. This wasn't a fluke win. They were excellent in game 1.
Yeah, they absolutely were. I mean, that objective control was impressive to watch, the way they moved around the map itself. And dude, Cube was lighting it up on the Rumble. That was a very different Rumble versus Aurora than we saw in the first series of the day.
I think Cube, it was incredible. I think he played those fights at the end of the game about as well as you possibly could have. And Cube is a player we've had many question marks about at the beginning of the all year long, so. Really throughout, you know, a lot of this year. So yeah, rightfully so, absolutely. Like, this was a really important performance for him on his most played champion that he's not always been perfect on. Almost 40k damage coming in from that Rumble. Dude. Ridiculous.
That's actually incredible. The value pick of the Rumble, and I laughed earlier because I was thinking, like, I wish I could have a camera on Tarzan as he goes back to that back room and reviews the early path for Monkey and realizes he's still lost after all of that. I just want to hear the conversation with the coach. I want to see his facial reaction to what happened in that first 3 levels, and the fact that he still got gapped. As time and time again, I have to call into question the decision-making from AL, trying to go for these picks. Like, I understand trying to pick Taeyu now. That is all well and good on paper. But when you're throwing everything at them when they still have all their tools available, like, it's just not going to work. And I think it's at some point it's just like desperation plays trying to make it work. But it felt bad to watch for sure for AL. As, yeah, a little bit of miscoordination there, but it's fine.
It ends up working out. You end up getting a free engage onto the 80 carry. You know, you'll take it at the end of the day. But really, Like the thing for me that I think was so noticeable is that while AL definitely could have done a better job of figuring out when those engage patterns happen, I completely agree with you. A lot of bad pick timers. Like WE had a comp that wanted to counter engage, that wanted to kind of play backwards and be able to kite things out and, try to play it a little bit safer. And the moment that they generated this big lead, all of a sudden these engage tools like the Wukong and the Rel, they're not looking so good when Poppy can stop the engage and when Galio can just put a big shield on everybody, and then you use all your engage tools and Varus is chunking out your whole health bar, and it just becomes so difficult to find a way to get in once you lose the gold lead. So definitely would like to see a bit of an adaptation in game 2.
I hate to harp on it a little bit more, but I will say you need 2 mid laners to start a game of League of Legends. I am about 50-50 on if both of them connected to the game. In all actuality, I think it was just not a situation where Shanks was set up for success. I think initially on paper, that combination of the Wukong Annie can be so good, but once you're behind, once you fall behind, you can't be that kind of flash engage potential, just 100-0 somebody. It becomes that much more difficult to pilot, and I think that's where W played so well around those moments, right? Like a lot of those defensive tools they were using were perfectly timed on some of the engages that AL were looking for.
We've seen the power of Annie Wukong. Like, we know what that duo can do at its best. Like, it has weaknesses. That comp needs to get rolling. Annie was ward by the end of the game in terms of the damage. I mean, we saw it. Like, damage was even between Galio and Annie, and that's just not, like, that's always Galio favored if that's going to be the case, if you're in that position. So definitely need to see something more aggressive out of Shanks. He needs to play something that he can actually carry on a bit more. That's definitely been a win condition, but really it's everyone on the team that needs to start playing a little bit cleaner. Even Hope was getting hit by some of those skill shots at the end of the game. So it's really just about the turnaround now.
All right, well, we got to decide who gets MVP or who we think would get MVP here, and I think it doesn't have to be anybody else but Monkey.
I think Monkey is a really strong candidate. I'm certainly not going to be mad if it's Cube. I think Cube was excellent in this game on the Rumble in those big fights.
Stat padding, oh, whatever. It's just top lane, your Rumble. Gosh,
top laner's notorious.
It's not like he was getting like multiple solo bolos in team fights. It's not like he was doing the most damage out of the entire game. Like, stat padding. All right.
Hey, Monkey's eating up MVPs like it's breakfast throughout this split. We can spare one for Cube. We can spare one for Cube. At least for me.
All right, I'm here for it. Unkilled on the Rumble against the Aurora. I'll take it. I think maybe Flandra should call Breathe and ask him how he engages so well, as Cube does end up getting the fire spinning MVP for this one. 9-0-10 on the Rumble, his second MVP of the split.
Yeah, I mean, really, it was a great game. I think he had highest KP on the team, or at least like near highest KP on the team, which is just ridiculous for top lane. Really just one of those games where, maybe the early game doesn't look so hot, pun intended. And then maybe you get into the late game, you start dropping those equalizers, you pick up 9 kills, and you walk away feeling pretty good with yourself.
Yeah, indeed. As that is it for our first game of our second series. Game 1, Andes, calm down, because they got to finish it strong. WE come out strong at least. We'll see if they can follow it up with a Game 2 victory or if AL push us to 3 after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man. We're in our last series of the day, the final series for both these two teams, WE versus AL. And WE keep their first game win percentage up there high.
Yeah, I mean, they did pretty well for themselves, I would say, throughout that first game. They really just controlled everything in terms of how the game tempo and the fights were being taken. I mean, they were better in game number 1. Now, AL, we know that they are the kind of team that can bounce back, and WE, not the most consistent team throughout the entirety of a series, but certainly looks pretty good for them in game 1.
It definitely does. See if that consistency can remain king, or if they will just live up to the game 1 Andes that we've known them to be. But this AL team, I mean, Tabe, I might just need to smack him around a little bit, figure out what happened in terms of the strategy, and shake things up a bit here going into that game number 2, and see if they can bring us to that pivotal game 3 between the two teams. And especially when you look at the momentum that can come off of a series like this, when it's your last series for AL, they have a little bit of time to wait till they'll get their first matchup for the playoffs. But for WE, a win here is so massive going into the playoff play-in where you're playing for your lives in a best of 5.
You cannot overstate how big of a win this would be for WE. Again, nothing to do with the standings, all to do with confidence. You know, as much as I like WE and as much as I do think this team has been good throughout this split, there are 2 really good teams in Group Nirvana, and they're facing one of them in Edward Gaming. It's not a guarantee for them to get into playoffs with the state that they're currently in. Picking up a win here and showcasing, hey, we're not just a team that's on the fringe of playoffs. You know, we made a run last split, we can do it again. Like, that's the kind of confidence booster they really need here.
It is. So let's talk a little bit about draft. Let's talk about what these setups for both teams. We still have some very big potential picks on the table, and I think we're really looking back at that jungle matchup. How important is it going to be early in the draft to get some of those skirmish tools that we know both of them want?
Tarzan has to play better, and to do so, he has to be in a position where he can feel comfortable. That's going to be the priority. Everything else is secondary to me if I'm going into draft here for AL. You have to make sure that Tarzan can get moving on the map, because when Tarzan is feeling comfortable, when Tarzan is winning, this team can beat anybody. And as we've seen, when Tarzan is not comfortable and when, things aren't going well, it doesn't go well for AL. He is really the heartbeat of this team. You gotta get him into a spot. I don't think Pantheon is getting through. I would be shocked if that were the case.
I would be shocked.
Yeah, even something like a Jarvan, I think, would make a lot of sense as, something that can really push the game forward, create opportunities in the early and the mid game, and, really try to take control.
All right, well, we'll see what adaptations we get from AL. I'm sure they'll be on blue side, so that's the first adaptation here, as it always is so. But so far, Xian giving WE a little bit of breathing room in this series. They've already gone up 1-0, now looking to finish it out here on this red side. It is going to be the Skarner ban away from Monkey, respectfully so. Also the Nico ban, but the Azir is that classic ban on the red side by WE.
Yeah, a lot of big things taken off the board here as primary ban options. Things like Varus and Poppy are already gone from game number 1, but it is that Pantheon ban necessary. You have to ban it against Tarzan. I honestly wouldn't hate throwing a Trundle ban or something on that side as well if you do just want to take out again some of these other big pieces, but for AL, we'll see how much they want to pivot, of course, going into this second game now that they have so much priority. Something like Talia was the ban in game 1. It's actually them who's going to ban out the Trundle, not wanting to give that to Monkey, the player who really popularized it last split in the LPL.
Yeah, being able to get those classic flash chomps, It's all flashy. Final ban for WE. You got to think of what it could possibly be, maybe a little bit more jungle focused. The Yunara. Good choice is going to be banned away, not giving over that first pick to Hope for some team fight potential in the hyper carry style there, but AL still need to answer with a first pick of their own.
Talia up on the board, I think that's kind of the key one for me, but Gwen as well for Flandra. They're saying, hey, Cube got his moment in the sun in game 1. We're turning that off. Going into game number 2, we want to get Flandra on something comfortable, and, Gwen I still consider to be the top-tier top laner. I think that's still your B1 caliber pick. I think she can really tear apart a lot of comps, and Flandra more than capable of being able to kind of take it to a team like WE with that champion.
And, I mean, Xin Zhao being open, you have to take it. Probably strongest jungler right now still left on the table. Very curious if this Gwen pick is going to play out for them, because WE will find a strong combo here. You can go with a couple different options as well. We still see some things available for Karis to go that can really enable that jungle mid synergy as well.
Yeah, I mean, Talia is still up. It's his most played this split. It's been incredibly highly prioritized, but it's the Jace in the early part of the draft here that ends up being selected. I don't believe this has been played by either Karis or Cube across this split, so this is a very, very aggressive pick, and, you know, we'll see how that ends up playing out. I assume this is going to go mid lane for Karis, but, again, you don't really know for sure. For now, it's going to be the Jarvan Talia lock-in. I mean, what a start to the draft for AL. You want to bounce back in game 2. Here you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's feeling really good for the first trio. It's crazy, though. You think about it, like, why would they give the Gwen priority, B1 to Flandra? Well, if you think back to the beginning of the year, he was literally winning them games with his picks, his style from that top lane. And while we're a far cry from that, maybe opting into that one here, going into this kind of top trio setup for AL, right now you also need a bit of an answer for WE before going into that second phase. It's going to be the Karis Akali. I don't know how I like that into the Talia. We'll see how it all works out, though.
Yeah, I'm going to say I assume for now it's Karis' Akali. This is a double flex if you really want to make it that. Akali can play top lane. You know, I haven't seen Cube's Akali. I'm not sure I'd be too excited to see Cube's Akali, but I would imagine that it's going to be that Jace top lane as the answer to Gwen here, kind of keeping that matchup a little bit more, you know, ranged and, you know, at bay, at least for the early game. This is a very interesting start to the draft for WE, because it's clear that they're just saying, well, AL's going to want to go for a lot of these go button tools. Jarvan and Talia are going to have so much priority. Love the Jarvan matchup into Xin Zhao, by the way. But we are just going to feel comfortable. Like, Jace has so much early power. Akali gives us an out in the late game. We want comfort for this game. Like, if that's the direction, game 2, maybe final game of the regular season, I can totally understand that.
Now, in the second phase, we do get the Renata ban from WE. I think rightfully so, could really just set up this entire comp on the other side, but still some big engage-centered picks on the table. There's the Alistar ban. I was going to call that one out. The Braum is still there as well. See if we dip into the likes of the Leona and things along those lines, but we did get that ADC focus from AL into the safety pick of the Ezreal for Taeyun, so he's not going to have that to fall back on.
Yeah, I think I'm specifically looking for something like Rakan here. We will see if that ends up being like a priority for either of these two teams. Kyle has always been an incredible Rakan player, and Vampire really favoring that champion as well. But you're right. I think that there are a myriad of options available. You called out the Braum, you know, kind of goes along with the Lucian, which will be the lock-in here for WE. Would not be surprised at all to see some sort of, you know, Xayah Rakan come in as the answer for Open Kyle. Yeah.
I mean, we've seen some very good drafts tonight so far, and if they go with the Lovers duo, I think it really just locks in AL's comp as a whole. The Lucian pick here can still be paired up with a couple different things. You maybe are expecting that Braum in this situation, but really following through on what that 2v2 can do will be very important for WE. As we already get the first half of the Lovers duo locked in, the Xayah Rakan is the expected duo for the bot lane of AL.
They're so good at this duo. It's insane. These two have really kind of kept this duo relevant in the LPL for a little while. It's still very strong, and I think it should be a little bit more prioritized than maybe it already is. But, I mean, look at this comp. Look at the options for AL. I mean, what can't this comp do? They can engage, they can disengage, they can play fast, they can play slow. It actually is going to be the Leona instead of the Braum as the final pick here for WE. I assumed it would be something that could be a bit more defensive because of your Jace Akali solo lanes, but no, we're going all in, and you know what?
We go in or
I'm
we
here
go
for it.
to game 3. That's, you know, I was going to say go home, but that doesn't work here. But they are just going all in, and I can appreciate that against WE, especially after that game 1. We've known AL to be able to bounce back in series, and maybe they're just saying, let's stop some of that kind of bounce back momentum and just charge headlong into AL. But AL are a tough beast. We've seen them ramp back up into form here towards the end of the split, and I don't expect them to go out without a roar.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope, especially with this draft, that we see the best version of them here in game number 2. I think AL has really, you know, won the draft, if you want to kind of coin that term. I think that their comp is much easier to execute. I think their scaling is much easier to get to with Gwen and Xayah into the late game. The Xin Zhao Jace is going to need to really be proactive in the early game. I think Xin Zhao has a hard time taking advantage of Jarvan. A lot of pressure is on Monkey, but, you know, he's used to that pressure. He's probably, his back's pretty strong from carrying them, so I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, at this point, he's developed a lot of those back muscles for sure. But it really is an interesting story between what him and Tarzan have been trying to do for both these teams. Both these guys lead from the front, and it matters now more than ever. This is the final series of the regular season for both of these organizations before they go off on their different ways. AL waiting for their opponents to choose who they are going to battle in the first round of the playoffs, whereas WE, they need this momentum to get into that playoff play-in with a little bit of positivity. Can they do so? Can they get this 2-0 over AL to finish their season? We're going to find out real soon.
Continued appreciation from the fan base here for both of these teams as we get into a very, very pivotal game number 2. WE, I think they are, you know, we've talked about teams on a timer throughout today, throughout, you know, multiple days here in the LPL. I think WE is really on a timer in this one. I think it's going to be difficult for this team to really deal with all the tools that AL have in the late game if they get there. The attention is going to be on Monkey, but that's been the case for WE throughout this entire year. I don't think they would have it any other way.
And I just got to ask you, how are we feeling about the Jace Akali solo lanes? Because, you know, I wouldn't say this is something we get all the time, but we have seen our solo lanes be willing to kind of dip back into this flexibility here.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a non-believer.
Okay. But it's okay if you are.
You know, Cube Jace doesn't inspire the most confidence in what I'm expecting from Game 2. I think the Akali into Talia matchup is very, very tough for the Akali. I think that there are a lot of pitfalls that can very easily be, you know, triggered there if Shanks ends up playing aggressive. And you should also just have priority in general coming out of the mid lane as well, which makes it a lot more difficult for Xin Zhao to play. I think you need to be able to get that tempo early on somewhere. I think it's likely going to have to be in the top lane through Cube with this range advantage, but I think Vondra's going to have a pretty easy time just taking it easy up here.
We are seeing both junglers path up towards this top side, so that's going to be the major focus for both of them. If they do want to get something going after their first clear is finished, who's going to win on that Scuttle Crab fight? All the goodness there. I will say the comp from AL looks omega strong. You can have that 9 times out of 10. Xin Zhao is my only point. I'm like, okay, I could see a world where Monkey gets an advantage and just runs the jungle on the Xin Zhao, and that changes the way the map state works for WE. But speaking of the way things work out for WE, they are getting traded on pretty heavily by the Lovers duo in bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's the advantage here of the Lovers duo, is that their lane's going to be so strong. We're already seeing a bit of the problem here for Akali. It's going to be difficult for her to farm, and that will not get better. Flandra, though, could be in danger.
Cube! Looking for the solo, does end up getting the flash out and takes the turret shot. That feels a bit bad because now Tarzan can punish.
So is Monkey
here though too. 2v2 kicking off. Cube has a little bit more health, realizes he needs to back away. Monkey's looking for an angle. Wind becomes lightning. He goes in for the fight, and this is where this fight actually turns out to be nothing, but still a push out of pressure from Monkey, which means he'll get Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, it's a great play here. Bot lane.
Hope going all in on Taeyeon. Taeyeon barriering early. Now Hope has the flash. He gets killed. Vampire takes him down, sucks his life right out of his body, and now Kyle is about to join him. He gets the kill back at least. Vampire won't follow through anymore. It's summoner spells everywhere. It's feathers flying, and now it's 1-1.
That is 7 summoner spells burned in that exchange on the bottom side of the map. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh no, Cube.
Tarzan just fully able to get a combo on, but luckily Cube saved just enough mana for the hammer swing. That is a greedy back, my friend. Okay. Okay. He realizes. He knows.
He's so delayed, though.
He is very delayed, but Taeyeon's coming up to this top side. So this is a really good lane swap coming through from both sides, honestly.
Yeah, it's Monkey who's actually doing a good job of pulling some pressure away from Flandra. He actually just takes a bit of an exchange against the Gwen here. down on the bot side.
Ooh, misses the point blank. Wind becomes lighting. He's trying to run over to the TP of Cube. He does get back over there. Again, potentially try to hold that, but Dragon is spawning now. Will be the Cloud Dragon first.
Well, Mazel, if you were worried about another 15-minute game with 0 kills, I think that fear has been alleviated. I think we are getting some action here in game number 2, which is really fun for both of these sides, as Hope just has to try and survive here in the tower.
Okay. That's it. It's a dangerous dive for sure that W are willing to pull off there. They will spot Kyle trying to come back over and save his life. Meanwhile, a dive being set up by AL on the bot side as he comes for Cube. Cube is not going to be able to get out unless he flashes. Is not going to flash. Is not going to get out. He does flash in the very end. Does separate away from the Snip and from Tarzan. It's a tower shot back onto Tarzan too. Really nicely done from Cube. And man, this guy's been on one today. He's like, this is the last series of the split. I'm showing out.
Yeah, he's playing better than I've seen him play in quite a while, as Kyle takes a bit of a trade on the top side, but this has been great from Cube. He's generated a nice lead for himself. He's avoided quite a few ganks, absorbed a lot of pressure. At least a good early game so far. That's the part you need to be good at for Jace, so definitely excited to see that for him. Sometimes
the journeymen of the LPL decide to show up. I mean, this is a guy who has had multiple stints with WE. Obviously, his longest tenure was with Rare Adam back in the day. But, you know, that is also our producer, yes, as I hear him say. It's been a story of trying to find his feet under him. And I think sometimes all those conversations, all those questions do come his way of the consistency. But, hey, today so far he's had a pretty damn good one. Now, when we look at the objective setup, nobody started up the Dragon. We did get those early kills, but we will have grubs coming up. So there's a possibility of trades.
Oh, and speaking of trades, Taeyun.
He just steps a little bit too far. That's the exhaust coming out. Maybe they want to follow through on this one. They don't do so, but that should leave out all the pressure for AL to get the grubs.
Man, this is why Hope and Kyle have just been so good on this Lovers duo. It's because the 2v2 has been so consistent for them. Karis gets some shove in to at least play around this Dragon. There were some pings going on around Dragon from Monkey, but right now he's just full invading the camps from the side of AL, taking that red buff, taking the entire bot side of the map. This can actually turn into an exchange. Mid-jungle are both here, and they're trapped.
I mean, Monkey's going to try to fight. He's level 6 now. Can maybe dodge out a lot of the damage. Goes for the flash. 3 talent strike play on a Shank. Shank's going to flash over the wall. They should have known, but Karis goes in. Perfect execution, and it's just that. The namesake of the Akali coming out clutch. As double flag and drag coming out from Tarzan. Monkey gets slam dunked by the Cataclysm. Now Hope trying to get a big feather recall there as they have a lot of damage in. Vampire's completely away from the rest of his team, and Cube is just going to be taken down by Hope. AL have found everything they wanted here in this scuffle. Karis will escape with a nice shirt, can flip out the backside, but the fact that Hope got a kill is huge.
That is massive for Hope to be on the board in terms of where things are at, but honestly, it's not terrible for WE either. I think Karis in particular being able to pick up a kill early in that exchange does make things pretty playable for him moving forward. He needs to get accelerated to be able to kind of outpace this Talia in terms of map pressure, and definitely capable of doing that now. This looks pretty bad for WE as a setup, and I think AL are playing it like that's the case, but I mean, Monkey has so much damage at this point in the game. He just flashes right on top of Shanks, forces him to get out of there, or else he's just going to instantly die. But Karis with the flash follow makes that very, very easy to be able to execute down. Tarzan could have been in a lot of danger here, but again, Vampire not able to land that Zenith Blade. The damage coming in from Flandra cannot be underestimated here on the Gwen. We got to play in the box, though.
Hey, what happened, my friend? We'll have to see how that all happened, but he goes down. Flashed and barrier burned.
Oh no, man, Taeyun. We were starting to get excited. AL picking up the grubs as well, all 3 of them. WE will start up on the Dragon here because of all of that pressure, but losing a kill and giving over grubs, certainly not ideal. That gold lead that WE had generated for themselves definitely evaporated at this point, and unfortunately for WE, you need to really keep your foot on the gas. I don't think this team outscales, so at least you're picking up the Dragon.
Part of me likes that they're playing it like this. Oh, we got to look in this.
Oh, he feels so confident. Yeah, at least he just feels so good.
Oh, no!
Actually, I can't blame him for that. I can't fault him for that. You know what? I would have went for the same play. I can't even be mad. Just ended up not being able to make it work and ends up getting punished a bit here by Shanks and by Kyle. as things go awry, as Monkey gets chunked out here. You know, walking into Shanks once more. So much action happening across the map.
Yeah, very true. As Hope, through all that action, now does have his Essence Reaver completed. So some strength in that fighting. And I guess that brings up the next conversation of, I mean, a while till objectives, obviously, but it's more so who starts winning these in-between fights. Because I think we're really going to start seeing this Tarzan-Shanks duo become lively.
Yeah, that's the scary part is the odd number fights that AL can create because of this macro advantage with Talia mid as opposed to the Akali. You can really use that Weaver's Wall to your biggest effectiveness, having Talia basically anywhere. I would say that right now AL definitely have pressure in the mid game. I think this is the part of the game where it becomes more difficult for WE to play it out. Now, one thing to keep note of is that power spike for Lucian at one item. If he is going to be able to get there relatively quickly, Taeyun's at least going to be able to pump out some damage, but certainly favor AL basically from now going forward as long as they stay on the gas.
I just feel like you hate your life in every sense of the word as Lucian in any of these fights. But if you have the follow through with the rest of the team and you pick Kyle, maybe it doesn't matter as Monkey gets himself on the board with a kill. Hope taking the 1v1. They left Taeyun. Taeyun's getting 1v1 by Hope. Now going to have the culling on the back end. Wind doesn't become lightning. The Blade Caller going to be saved to the last here. And it's just some heavy trades between both teams in this game. Dead even 11 minutes in.
Yeah, I think that's the crazy part, is that with all of this chaos, the gold is actually still perfectly fine. It feels like some of these plays are going in favor of AL, but then you get these small picks in favor of WE that keep them in it, that keep them pushing. Right now it's just Monkey clearing wave under mid lane tower. The dream of quite a few junglers to be able to pick that up, but most notably Sundered Sky completed here for Tarzan. This Jarvan is very strong right now if they do take a fight despite being down in gold.
So where does it get better for WE? I mean, we've talked about the kind of double-edged sword they have where they keep the pedal of the metal. It looks really good. Does Akali, Jace have a home in these fights? Because we've already talked about Lucian really struggling, putting in damage in these fights, but their saving grace has to be this Jace and Akali, right?
It's why I really wanted to highlight earlier how important it was that Karis picked up that kill in that fight, because I think getting the Akali into a good spot could be huge, and we can see that here. Man, Shanks just takes so much damage, he's going for it!
Gets the solo bolo! Karis has come to play!
Oh, it's stylish from Karis getting the solo kill onto Shanks, and WE feel empowered to invade now. This fight's not over.
They don't have the TP from Karis. This might be an overextension from WE as Flandre comes over the wall, goes for the fight. Double knockup. No, it's just going to be the one. The Grand Entrance is used. They do have Monkey having popped his Crescent Guard. Tarzan looking for an angle over the wall. Goes for it. Slam dunk straight onto 2. No hot pot delivery, but it's going to be delivered nonetheless. And Vampire is going to be caught out by the rest of AL. Flandre gets his kill as now Weaver's Wall from Shanks is going to come over and claim Monkey. And AL use some of that connectivity to make it happen.
Mazel, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind if I watch this team get one real nice play immediately into inting one more time. We've seen this. It's already on repeat for me in my brain. Obviously, congrats to Karis for being able to pick up that solo kill, but just no need for the overextension. You're absolutely right. No teleport from the Akali to make that play happen, and the 4v4 doesn't go your way. So, you know, AL continuing to keep the gold even.
Has is tradition. Oh, we get to watch the slow-mo. Take down Shanks. What beautiful mastery from Karis. And this is the reason why he picked this one. The 100-0 assassin gameplay.
Really was perfectly played from Karis. I mean, just about as good as you can look on that champ. So he's going to need to continue that form. He is the carry right now. He's got the Rocket Belt completed. Spot those Merc Treads. He is the gold lead. Or at the very least, the gold neutrality here for Team WE. He's just hit level 11. He's going to need to continue to really keep that pressure on if WE can play around this Akali. The champion can really take over in the late game, but again, Shanks caught.
This is the side lane pressure cube. He gets the kill. Okay, there's the response coming out, though. Kyle wants to take the engage, doesn't go for it. Big pick on a Shanks who can't stop getting picked in the side lane.
Shanks is just not having a good game on this Talia right now, consistently out of position. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, very much so from game number 1 as well. It's just been rough from Shanks as Taeyun once again tries to get some damage down, but you need to be able to survive. One of the big bonuses from this comp for Talia, and one of the big reasons you pick it is because of that side lane pressure, and all of that's been in favor of WE instead.
does indeed. As now Dragon is spawning. We do have Rift Herald coming up as well in 10 seconds. Maybe some trades coming through, but it's like WE want to contest over the Dragon side of the map.
Yeah, it certainly makes a lot of sense. Dragon is up, certainly more valuable for WE right now than the Herald is. Stacking those Dragons could be huge, but Tarzan understands that as well. They want to try and posture around this situation. There's a ton of poke from WE, though. They can just get down enough. Perhaps that could be enough for Karis to TP in and really take over.
He does have that option available to him, but it would be everybody showing up to the fight. A lot of damage can be done in a short amount of time by WE, and they're going to rush the Dragon here. AL moving over.
Karis waiting to TP. You can see him sitting in the bush on the top side as Monkey takes this Dragon. We'll see it go down. This looks like could even be a flip.
Vampire tries to go in. Everything's been used by Vampire. He's by himself. Dragon was the focus from WE. A bit split focus here. Karis trying to find his angle, trying to find his moment. Monkey gets engaged on now. Taeyun's on the backside of the fight, getting dunked on. Cataclysm going through. Karis gets taken down. Monkey gets 1 kill back. Doesn't get much else though, but the hammer slammer from Cube might not be enough either. Tarzan does get the kill at the end, and AL, they take almost everybody from WE in that fight.
It's so slow from WE. Everything's so disconnected. We're going to get to see it in the replay, but this is a huge problem for teams near the bottom of Group Ascend, as it just doesn't really feel like they have everything together when they press that go button. Karis ends up dashing with the perfect execution into the Cataclysm from the Jarvan and gets stuck. Again, we're going to get a replay here. This setup is already quite bad for Team WE. Vampire full engages to try to keep Tarzan out of the pit, but at this point he's completely sacrificing his life because there is no way to play this out, and once Monkey ends up getting charmed, this fight has to get delayed. The flash does need to be burned by Flandra in order to make it happen, but at this point Karis is the only threat to be able to take over. Taeyun's getting collapsed on, and he just jumps into the Cataclysm and just instantly dies to Flandra. It's a nightmare for WE. Cube at least able to pull something back here, but Tarzan able to make his way out in the flash onto Taeyun to secure the kill. It's gorgeously played from AL, but it's a big mistake from WE, and when you look forward with that, we're still in a gold neutrality.
Tarzan haters in shambles. My new age jungle king, as yeah, Shanks. He's the butt of the joke in this game at this point, as he is completely taking down the side lane again. We'll go down for the 5th time. AL trying to keep their head above water, but 1,000 gold down just about as WE take down the side lane turrets.
Yeah, this game continues to be really, really close on a knife's edge, but it's Tarzan who's going to be starting up the Herald. The teleport is being committed. They want to contest this.
He's just able to take that one and get out. Karis has a flank, but he needs to be really careful. Flandra can 100-0 him as did you see Tarzan just go into the fight? He just went on the wrong side of the fight there by himself, just maybe trying to buy time for the team. But that's multiple picks that WE have gotten, and now they're almost 2,000 gold up, K-Man.
Oh, this is a very precarious game state because we've got Dragon and its Ocean Soul Point spawning in just over 2 minutes here. 2 Dragons already acquired for WE. If you're worried about scaling with Jace and with Xinjiao and with Lucian, Ocean Soul can solve a lot of that, but it's Kyle once again.
Weaver's Wall coming into. They're going to get Karis out of there. Vampire probably not so lucky. They go into
oh my god, Karis is going in.
Focus. Karis found that angle. They do have a 1-for-1 trade now. Hope's going to pop the Featherstorm to Blade Caller. Is it up? No! WE find exactly what they want, and it's the heart of AL. They'll take a big old bite of it, and that's WE taking full control of Game 2.
Mazel, we might be looking at a 2-0. WE are in full control of this game. That is a 5-kill Akali, 2,000 gold up for Karis in the mid lane. He has been massive in this game, in this series. And Cube as well on this Jace really kind of coming to play here as we get to see this replay. This looks like an okay engage angle from Kyle. It's once again AL trying to be proactive, something they weren't in game number 1 with that Weaver's Wall. But Karis pretty easily able to disengage this. Vampire at this point is very tanky. Don't forget, he got a bunch of kills at the beginning of this game to kind of accelerate that tank build that he's going through. And when Taeyun ends up coming in here and Monkey and Cube are able to collapse, all of a sudden that damage and that safety is gone, and this turn just becomes so clean and so efficient from WE. That is full control of this game, even with the flash burned at the end. And now Flandra's in danger.
Flandra's 4-0, and he just had to get away from that fight. He's in a lot of hurt, as despite AL's best efforts, it feels like there's a little bit of weight on their shoulder, and it's not in the team comp. As we take a look at the map state right now, it is full favor of WE. About a minute until that next dragon. We've had a heap of Ocean Souls here, and it's going to be yet another one tonight, and would benefit WE so immensely as they're going to TP preemptively here. Atacon is also on that side of the map.
I mean, this is such a PowerPoint right now. You noted it. 2 major objectives spawning right now at the same time as WE tries to secure the area. It becomes more and more difficult for AL to walk up and create these opportunities the more gold that WE get, because Vampire actually does a great job of zoning this out, and you can see that Tarzan feels nervous to go in because he can immediately get stunned up inside his own Cataclysm. So you have to make sure to be careful, but with these objectives being such high priority, you can't give over Soul Point, you can't give over Otacon, you need to be careful here.
We are getting closer and closer to that next item spike as well. I love this setup from WE. They're going to make push plays here. They have a bit of a flank coming, but the Rift Herald play from AL, it's a distraction Carnifex. They're going to try to get this mid lane.
It's a great play here by AL, as long as they're able to get this off. They are able to get the crash, which is huge. Opens up a lot of opportunity, and it does give them some space to breathe around this river. But Dragon has spawned, and now the dance begins.
Monkey chunked there early, as he does need to be careful with the health bar, but he's going to start up the Dragon here, K-Man. They're going to force the hand of AL.
This is huge. If WE can burn this down, it could be really, really problematic. Teleport coming
TP, they need to get out. WE realize they're going to pull back off of the play. Maybe they just give this Dragon over. TP on the backside of the fight. Do they know he's here? Kars with the flank. Kyle gets bursted there by the shock blast of Cube, and now they're going to go back into the Dragon pit.
That's their engage. The Rakan is half health. It's so difficult now to get into this pit. The Dragon is going down, and AL are making the call to just take the mid lane turret. They're giving over Soul Point,
He's TPing,
and they're
but
pushing
it's so
down
late.
mid.
Oh, that's such a massive play from WE. Just ensuring their next play on the Dragon in 5 minutes. And AL weren't even able to get much damage on the tier 2 mid, and Kars still has a flank. They're going to go in the fight
Vampire.
as Solar Flare goes wide. Crescent Guard in the middle of everybody. He's blocking so much damage, but they focus on a Kars. Kars is the focus right now, but the shock blast, the damage is on a Flaudra. Flaudra was 4-0-4, and he's gone.
It's a masterclass once again from WE controlling the map, and they're not done. Kars looking. Isn't going to find anything with the ultimate. It's just going to disengage here, but it's a massive win. They're going straight to Otacon. You're absolutely right. He's already on it. Monkey is. This is going to be 2 major objectives going to WE, and if you thought their lead was big before, look at it now.
And the neutral objective control WE have had over AL has been incredible to watch, but now they've overextended a little bit more as
Cube
TP
is
comes
here,
in
though.
from Cube. Cataclysm comes through. Are they going to get the Hammer Slam back? He has no exit tools. He has to give his life. The Atacon now in a
Still at
50-50
3K.
state as Tarzan goes for the kill on a Vampire. They go turn it. Karis just obliterates all of AL. Tarzan tried to make a play, but it doesn't matter.
Karis is styling on them. Tarzan trying to get to the Otacon, but will not have the opportunity. That is Otacon going to WE. It's another fight win.
Oh my
and it
God,
looks like
he's gonna
maybe
die
another
too.
kill for Taeyun here. Oh, man.
No way. The game 1 Andes are eating right now. WE in the last gasp effort, in the moment they need the momentum, going into the playoff, going into the play-ins. This is how they do it. They dismantle AL piece by piece.
You can see the pieces getting dismantled in real time as you watch this. Vampire, great flash over the wall to keep himself safe. Cube gets trapped here. This is actually a really nice play from AL. The problem is that they don't really have anything else. They burned a lot of their tools to be able to capitalize on the Jace. When Tarzan flashes forward for this Leona, Monkey sees that as his chance to obliterate the backline. And look at Karis' damage. It's just ridiculous. It's out of control at this point. The only scaling force on WE was this Akali, and boy is he making use of it.
And for a guy who just a year ago was trying to find his feet in the system of the LCK and LCK Challengers, he has made a home here on WE. And while we won't have a little bit of attention to pay to him right now, AL pay a whole heap of attention to Cube and take him down. Now WE need a 4-man play in the top side of the map, try to defy this push that AL were getting.
Yeah, this is, it's a good pick. It's really a a great pick, quite frankly, for them, because they get the bot turret because of that as well. It's a lot of gold going on Flandre. As much as we talk about this game kind of being out of control, this is a 4-1 and 4 Gwen. That can still really be a problem, and theoretically, you still have a very good comp to play around with AL if you can get this Xayah on board as well. It's just going to be a lot more difficult now with the Akali threat pretty much always looming on the back end, but it's all going to come down to the execution and whether or not it's perfect from Karis. So far, it's been pretty darn good.
So far, so good, but got to finish strong. We do have the 2 item spikes. We're working on thirds coming up. We have the at least Seekers for Karis, so he has some sustainability in the fights, or at least some prolonging. And the 10 stacks of Darkseal, not too shabby itself. Still, though, I mean, Hope on 2.5 items. That's going to feel really good once he crests over to that third. And we're starting to see potentially some of that team fight setup for AL come to fruition.
Yeah, they're not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. It certainly is not over. You need to continue to play well for WE. They've set themselves up to be in a good spot, but now it's about controlling the space around the Baron. We'll see if they want to try and prioritize it. Most notably, Soul is 1 minute away. It's Ocean Soul for this comp, for Xin Zhao, for Leona. We already got a taste of this earlier on in the day. It could be even more dangerous in this game.
Could indeed, but we have to take a look at the map state, the setup right now for both sides. We talk about that team fight potential. All good and well if Karis doesn't take your life from you before you know it. He's 7-1 on the Akali. He's got 60 CS over Shanks as a whole. He's got multiple levels on this mid lane matchup, almost 3 of them. And at this point, you can see as soon as he enters the fight, all of AL are turning their attention to him. So he needs to find a way to make these fights executed perfectly, if you will.
Yes, and he's shown that he has the capability to do so, but I think the important thing for AL is exactly what they're doing now, which is getting priority over the area first. They need to make sure they don't have to walk into Jace, Shock Blast,
this is bold.
Karis in threat.
This is wild. This is absolutely wild. Karis just baited the entirety of AL, but he might just die for it. He goes for the alcove game, and the needlework has been popped. Karis trying to get away from Flandre, who flashes onto him. He's getting out. He uses the Seekers. I just talked about it. He does end up going down, but it might just mean that WE wiped the fight. Overextended, caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and getting it bit off is AL. The Pandas have not shown up in this series, and WE have.
It's just unbelievable stuff. It's everything committed to the Akali you talked about. Oh, what happens if the Akali gets caught? Well, if it takes 15 seconds to kill it, then all of a sudden you've got everything for WE as the Dragon has started. This is Soul.
Okay, they're going to go for it. Oh, the double knock up there. Hope is going to use the Featherstone. The Blade Caller, it's not enough. He's by himself. The last hope has been dashed of AL in the final regular season series. AL have been taken down a peg by WE. That's Soul. That is full map control and absolute momentum for WE to finish out this series.
It's massive for WE, and it really is just Karis, who buys so much time on this play. Flandre walking at him, hoping and praying to catch up to the Akali. Ends up missing the first proc, the second proc of ult. He flashes in, tries to get the third proc, gets a lot of the damage down, but because Karis is able to get back, he's in the perfect position to allow WE to capitalize. And once Monkey gets in, once Cube gets in, you can even see Taeyun on the back end of this fight, putting in a ton of work with the flash and dodging the seismic shove. WE is more than good enough to capitalize.
And, like, the Chad level, the aura, if you will, for WE to pick these 3 that they did on red side against AL and to have it work out in their favor. Now they're going to force the hand on the Baron, but it's an overextension for AL again. Karis tries to go and look at this. They all focus onto him. Does he have Zanya? No, he just goes for the kill, Shanks. He's 3 levels down, and it doesn't even matter. Karis is just handing him one, and it is a fat L at this point. Back onto the Baron goes WE, and Karis still has an angle.
Yeah, it's still terrifying for AL. They're down a member in this fight. Karis might be low health, but he's certainly not low resource in terms of the damage that he has at his disposal. He's going to go here.
He wants it. Oh my god, he does so much. He got the Shuriken flip on Hope. Hope gets targeted down. He's going to use the Featherstorm. The Blade Caller's not even going to come out. Karis is just throwing Shurikens left and right. I thought we were watching Naruto, as that's a double kill for Karis, and they just wiped the fight. AL are aced, and WE might finally just beat another team that's not named FPX in the LPL Split 3 regular season.
Leave it to WE to step up in the last possible moment in the situation where everybody least expects them to figure it out. They grab the Baron here. It's a 10k gold lead. It's just masterful execution coming in from WE. As we see the setup here, so much attention is brought on by Karis that you have to basically ignore the Leona. That's not a good idea. Kyle even diving into his own backline with his ultimate just to try and get the Akali. It's all in vain. The Talia just executed instantly, and with this Baron dance happening, AL know that if they give this over, the game is done, and so they have to stick around, but Karis is certainly not out of options just yet. He's 3 levels up on Tarzan, even 2 levels up on Hope. The Shuriken landing on the Hope is massive, even with the ultimate. No shot. One more Q is going to do the trick. Karis, Monkey, Taeyun, everybody, they've been excellent.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that? I think I hear like the beeping of a construction truck. I think that AL are getting steamrolled right now, and W are sitting there all on top and having a wonderful time of it. They absolutely just get rolled in their own jungle.
And I think that might be it, Mazel. I think we might be seeing the siege of the base be taken here by WE. What a series. The underdogs, a team that everyone counted out. You can't count out WE. If they've proven anything, they have proven that. A team full of players rejected by other orgs. Back with confidence going into the play-ins.
Their other 2 series wins were against FPX, but this time against the Might that is one of the top 4 beasts of the LPL Group Ascend. They will 2-0 sweep anyone's legend. And I gotta say, Karis sat Shanks down in this game number 2.
Mid-diff?
Absolutely.
Mid-diff?
1,000 times. I could even see it all over the chat and I wouldn't even care.
It is just ridiculous. I mean, Karis might have just played the best game he's played in the LPL on this Akali. One of his signature picks from back in the day from DRX Challengers, if you can remember that, back in the LCK Challengers League. This is something we really knew him for, and boy, did he make use of it here by just completely gapping somebody that, did really well internationally.
And we came into the day saying, these teams, they have very different trajectories. After this, they're going to say adieu to each other. They're going to walk away, and there's 2 different paths they're going to take. It's like Squid Games, except it's been reversed. I mean, you think about the momentum for WE now moving into the playoff play-in, right? They will have tough competition, obviously, but to be able to go into EDG with this kind of momentum, with a series win like this, a dismantling of anyone's legend, one of the better macro teams in the LPL, comparatively now AL having to figure out what the hell just happened before they get into their playoff series. I think it's such a weird moment in the last 2 days of the LPL.
I mean, you want to talk about the most important result you can get, it's this. Like, there's nothing that could matter more than the confidence you built today, because you didn't just prove that you're good, you proved that you were very good. That on any given day that you can beat anybody in the league, including the defending champions. And as much praise as we want to, shout over to EDG, Rafa not on the cast, but as much praise as we want to give Edward Gaming, like, this is not a free win for them by any stretch. A matchup that looked like it could go one way, certainly has felt, at least in the public opinion, like it's flipped today.
Yeah, and I think the beautiful thing of all that, you want to know what it is? Because I love me, not drama necessarily, but tie-ins. How hilarious is in the final split of the LPL of 2025, after all the ups and downs that we've seen from all these rosters and the middling packs, everything going on with the EDG, Monkey and Vampire return home for the fight one more time. One more moment with both teams' lives on the line. Whew, can't write it better than that. That's why I love the LPL, man.
How can you not be romantic about League?
Right? It's incredible. It's actually incredible. It's like it writes itself. But this series, dictated by Monkey a lot of the way. A lot of the influence we saw in the early games, a lot of the influence we saw against Tarzan came from Monkey playing confidently. And a confident Monkey goes a long way, not in just evolution, but also in carrying some games.
Yeah, you can say that again, because, I mean, what we saw today out of Monkey was absolutely ridiculous. The Poppy in Game 1, the Xin Zhao in Game 2. Let's not gloss over the fact that we both looked at this draft from WE and were puzzled going into Game number 2, and yet here they are. We talked about, it needed to be the Xin Zhao. Well, it was. There he goes. Monkey playing incredibly well, putting the team on his back and really allowing everything to get set up. I'm not saying my take of him being a future MVP looks better after this series, but I certainly feel good about what I said now.
And I don't even know if I want to, but I feel like we have to, because this is the last time we'll see AL. What the hell, man? What was that? what did I just watch for? How long was that? Like 2 hours? What the hell?
Yeah, that is one of the worst performances I've seen this team make. They've had some bad ones over the course of this split. It's certainly not been consistent.
So good recently.
The problem is that the end of their split was supposed to be their get right time, right? Like they're facing WE, they're facing JDG, they're facing FPX. To drop this series and to do so by just getting outplayed, by being beaten 2-0 and it wasn't close, it's concerning. And you know what? Like there are a lot of things to be worried about this team going into playoffs for. I think that their consistency is gone. You want to talk about a team that, was lauded for their consistency? That is not there anymore. They have their highs. They need to fix their lows because right now it's not good enough.
It's just like, it's tough because you can see the structure, the bones of it there, right? Like, especially the combinations of Tarzan and Kyle constantly, I think, but it's always the fluctuation. I think Hope stays out of this conversation. Maybe I'm just putting a lot of the blame on Shanks and Flandra when we've seen better of these guys, right? Like, Shanks was maybe one of the best performing members in Split 2 in a lot of the cases for AL. In Split 1, it was Flandra literally carrying games for this team. But it matters in the long run what you do. Yes, Split 2 championship is nice. You want to make it to Worlds. You want to have an impact at Worlds. And I think when you have this kind of experience, when you have this kind of moment where AL are faltering at big moments like that, or at least towards the end of the split, getting ready for those big moments, it brings some of those question marks that you don't want to have for a top team in one of the top leagues in the world.
I hate to make this comparison to themselves, but we have to remember 3 of these members were on this roster last year, and they were nowhere near a title contender. At times, it felt like they could compete, early on in the regular season. They end up being a team that is firmly in 6th or 7th. They add Tarzan, everything ends up working out. They win the league. If Tarzan isn't going to be a superstar, if he isn't going to be the best jungler in the league, we're looking at a team that's fighting for 4th place, like genuinely in terms of where they are sitting at. There are so many things to fix for anyone's legend. I think they are good enough to figure that out, and we know they are. We saw them be the most consistent team through the beginning of the year, but I would be lying if I told you I wasn't concerned about what they would look like, especially, when you see something like this.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't want to harp too much on it. It is the final series for them. You can maybe chalk it off. What really matters is what they do in playoffs. So we'll see if that all culminates into anything. I mean, I'm sure this is going to be a little bit of a kick in the ass for them, no doubt, and trying to figure out what Tabe wants to do to learn from this moment. But all the praise goes to WE, and so we start thinking about who gets that MVP for the squad. It is game-based, right? So I don't know. Like, Monkey gets it for the overall for sure.
Yeah.
It has to be Karis. Right?
It has to be.
He was literally 1v9ing in this game.
I will say it once more, a mid-diff, a bit of a mid-diff in this game.
Absolutely.
I mean, the solo kill on the top side, we almost forget about just because it was, so early in the game and there was so much chaos. But this guy wasn't just capitalizing on everybody else creating advantages. He was the advantage for the team. And in a matchup that and a lot of other people can say, oh, like, Akali's not easy into Talia. There are plenty of ways to go wrong. And for him to win it so convincingly, so hard, to me, it's an obvious call for Karis.
Yeah, it should absolutely go his way. And, rightfully so, as we'll be getting that here soon. Just thinking about when he picked it, how they picked it. So much confidence in this draft for WE. I don't know if they felt something in the moment in game number 1, but they just absolutely took control of it. It's in the final game of WE's regular season. They didn't win a lot of series. They did win a lot of games. It's still Karis' first MVP.
Yeah, I mean, Karis, he's a turning point for WE. What did we say at the beginning of the show? Monkey's great. There are times where Vampire can step up and really help. It's the surrounding core. You need to figure it out. They more than figured it out today. Cube incredible throughout this series. Karis was excellent throughout this series. If that can happen, WE can still be a threat.
Yep, absolutely. And I do believe we have the updated standings ready to go to see exactly how things are panning out with one final day, our makeup day, to be decided. Still, I love to see how things have panned out. I love to see the differentiation in the kind of the tiers that we've had so far in the league for Split 3, in the most important split of all, and the fact that, Weibo Gaming were able to secure that 5th place finally tonight with their win.
Yep, everything locked in. All the seating is done. It's all playing for Pride tomorrow, but Pride matters a lot right now. Confidence matters a lot. There still is a lot to play for, and every single team that you see on your screen. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's true. Second place is on the line. So, a lot to choose from in terms of just, what you want to prioritize tomorrow. I'm just so excited, Mazel. I'm so excited for the LPL.
I just think it's so crazy, and it's just happenstance, it's circumstance, whatever you want to call it. The fact that we have a makeup day of IGPLG and it ends up being the decider for that second place, which matters a lot because we're choosing in descending order your opponent after the playoff play-in. So yeah, it's very awesome. I love to see how the LPL always has thrilling storylines to finish out the year, and especially in this split 3. It's been a long year, but everything's paying out big. One more day of the regular season there. It's been a pleasure, K-Man. Before we get going, though, we got to give one big special thank you and shout-out to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Forest Without, and owners of Silmaril. Their pledged financial contribution, if I can say the words right, goes to leveling up the broadcast on a daily basis and helps pay all the volunteers that spend all their time trying to deliver you an LPL English unofficial product. I got to say, it's been a pleasure here, K-Man. I'm glad we got to end out on some bangers. It didn't go to 6 like I wanted it to, but I told everybody going into this day, I was like, one of these days has to go to 6, so we're hoping for tomorrow to end on a bang. But that's it from LPL English. Got to give a huge shout out to Rare Adam behind the scenes, our socials, and our mod team for picking up all the slack between the bits here, and that's going to be it from us. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.